Hello. It is I. As soon as I can get this in the right place. There we go. Now you can see my mildly balding face. Now you have the unfortunate partaking of my partially male balding, molding, and a bit chubby ass. Ah. Forge gang, I'm still a hard man, and Isaac Flores likes them young. Let's go. All right, so I have quite some things to unveil. Besides the fact that I have some partial male pattern baldness. But Warhammer doesn't self-deprecate. Well, I do, but I don't entertain pedophiles. I'll say that. I'm going to turn my heater down a bit. So anyways, yeah. I guess we'll just go straight into it, man. Mormon Shaggy is not COINTEL. He's not an agent. I don't think that should come as a surprise. That Shagster is not intel. I can also tell you some other people who are not intel or COINTEL either. They're just regular average Joes. I can't say that they don't have any mental illnesses, though, such as depression or personality disorders and stuff, but I can tell you that most of the people on here are just average fuckers, like me. And they're not pedophiles, and they're not federal assets. Deep state, black SWAT, COINTEL assets, or whatever you want to call it. So it should come as no surprise that Mormon Shaggy, Lame Wire Jesse, Drunken Surfer, people like that are not COINTEL. They're just regular people. Well, I guess I should be careful about what I say regular, because they're obviously not normal in the sense of the garage going, football watching boomer person. So I guess in that sense they're not normies, but they're not COINTEL either. So I guess that should come as a relief. And no. Third for the second and Cool Tactic, and most of these people are not federal assets. They're just dumb fucks on the internet that have nothing better to do with their lives, like me, I guess. And they're just on here because I guess they're looking for something to do, content, Kino, or whatever. And EuroSimC is not COINTEL either, and neither is Galdi. They cross-dress. They're cross-dressers, but they're not, like, informants or nothing like that. So, there's your relief. That's the good news. That's the good news. Mormon Shaggy is just a retard, a spastic retard on the internet that just fed posts. But I can definitely tell you without a shadow of a doubt that Rick Perry is COINTEL, and that is absolutely true. Rick Perry has connections with the Order of the Nine Angels, just like Troll Cow and Godwinson and PP do. And Rick Perry has been involved in some David Matt, or he was friends with David Matt, or he knew David Matt distantly. Rick Perry knew David Matt, and he was involved in this Claire Morgan psyop or something. Rick Perry works for the CIA. Say what you will about that, but it's true. The guy is a practicing occultist. I wouldn't go necessarily so far as to call him an outright Satanist. Most people that practice the occult don't consider themselves devil worshippers, but if you do look into the occult and what it is, I mean, it's kind of obvious that it is involving devil worship. Rick Perry was also involved in the murder of Justin Fashanu. And I don't know if much of you watch Bill Milton Cooper, but if you ever watched his Hour of the Time in the 90s, or like really old documentaries of it, you would have understood some things about the Rosicrucians and the B'nai B'rith, and a whole host of really very highly organized Freemasonic orders and loosely consorted Freemasonic agencies. And since World War II, the Freemasons have not really been that much involved in deep state psyops, more so in the 19th century, and it has been more of these government contracted intelligence agencies. Homeland Security the NSA and Homeland Security is bullshit. It's a ruse. In reality, there's a lot more different privately contracted black SWAT agencies that are contracted very loosely with the federal government and with local law enforcement, and they do engage in aspects of gang stalking. That is true. Most of the stuff that you hear about UFOs and gang stalking is fake. And most of the things you hear about ghost sightings, haunted houses, is complete made up stuff. It's completely made up. That much is true. But mind control is to a degree, very loosely to a degree. There isn't really mind control as such. It's actually impossible to control the human mind and to actually directly influence with microchips and stuff the human brain. That is impossible. It is scientifically and technologically impossible with the present state of science and technology. Now, that being said, it is possible to use energy projected weapons to influence aspects of the cerebellum, the brain stem, the cerebellum, the amygdala, whatever you want to call it. That's the main part of the brain. Basically, it's the front of the brain where all the decision-making stuff happens. The deep state can use energy projected weapons. What are they called again? Forgive me in my boomer tech, as Francis would say. Most of the stuff that you find on the internet, by the way, is fake. Okay, that's it. Directed Energy Weapon, DEW. Now, that is not the same device that is used in mind manipulation. This is different technology, but it is similar. And it has been proven. There is a Chinese source that demonstrates that the Chinese police actually engage in the use of directed energy weapons. I'm not going to pull it up right now because it would be a waste of time. But there are definitely devices that can be implanted into brains, into the spinal cord, that can influence a person's health. It can affect heart patterns. It can affect brain waves and other things with electrostimulants and also drug-induced stimulants. The CIA in Project MK Ultra actually practiced and went into brothels and into horror houses and nightclubs in the 1960s and 70s and actually gave people LSD drugs. LSD drugs to manipulate people's brain patterns. There is no single way to actually engage in mind control. If anybody has told you this, you have been either misinformed, they have misinformed you, or they themselves were misinformed. But regardless, all that being said, Rick Perry was involved in the Glamorgan op, the Glamorgan Intel op, with loosely affiliated with David Matt, who is a British convert to Islam. Now, he's no longer a Muslim. His name is David Matt. Myatt, two T's. This is him, to show that I'm not making this up. That's actually David Matt. He is a real person, and he did convert to Islam. And he was involved in the Order of the Nine Angels. And I'm not making none of this up. Rick Perry was involved in irregular Freemasonry. He was involved in the Glamorgan op in Wales, somewhere in Western Wales. I'm not British, so I'm not that familiar with British localities. And he was also involved in the assassination of Justin Fashanu. It was done under the auspice of the Anglo-American establishment. What's his name? The Anglo-American establishment by Colin. Okay, this is it. Colin Quigley. This is him right here. This is Colin Quigley. And this is the Anglo-American establishment right here. So I'm not making it up. I'm not pulling this and making this off the top of my head. Everything I'm telling you in regards to Rick Perry is true. It is possible that I might have mispronounced the Glamorgan op, but I believe it is called the 2007-2008 Glamorgan op, 2006 to 2008, 2009. Rick Perry was involved in that, and I have a very strong hunch that part of the reason why Rick Perry transitioned was not because he is an actual homosexual. That is actually something that is made up. In fact, that was done to cover himself up. Rick Perry changed his name. He changed his place of residence. He changed his name. The British deep state and the British authorities helped Rick Perry to change his name and change his appearance. I do not think that Rick Perry converted to Roman Catholicism in 1992, as he said that he did. I think he only became Roman Catholic after 2008 when he left irregular Freemasonry. He was an Anglican, or actually he was not really a religious person until 2008. Rick Perry actually has kept a personal diary with him in which he says that he has written down everything about his life until the year 2012, 2013. Rick Perry has tried everything in his power to cover up and hide his own trails, and he is a deep state intelligence operative. There's no doubt about this. The proof that I can actually show that Rick Perry is a undercover intelligence operative of the deep state is the fact that he has the legal right to bear firearms, and he has admitted a couple of nights ago in my chat that he had a license to own a gun. Now, if you look at gun laws in the United Kingdom, it is actually completely illegal for people to own firearms. Even in waters that are owned by the UK, you cannot bear firearms unless you are a policeman or a special operative or a government employee who is allowed to carry firearms. You're involved in wildlife preservation, or you are in the military, you're at Sandhurst Academy, you're in the military. So Rick Perry has a license to bear firearms in the United Kingdom, which demonstrates that he is not a private citizen of the UK. He is a contracted public official. I have the proof of him being in his security uniform outfit. I've already shown mountains of proof that he was involved in the occult at one point, that he was in the Order of the Nine Angels, and all sorts of shit. It's all proven, and he's tried to cover up everything. Another thing, too, that I can tell you that Rick Perry is a intelligence operative is he has tried multiple times to deny the influence of the Jesuit order in world history and the kind of antinomian Gnostic influence of the Jesuit order, which they took from the Knights Templar. He's tried to downplay Freemasonry by saying that it's irregular Freemasons and not the normal Freemasons. And he has also tried to purposely say that the church did not blame a certain group of people who I will not mention. However, if you read if you actually go back and read primary documents from the Middle Ages, you will actually find that Rick Perry and Jeem Apologetics, as well as Southern Israelite and Jay Dyer, are actually wrong about what the church taught in regards to a certain group of people whom I will not mention. Okay? The clear proof of this is right here. I will show. This is called, I'm not going to mention it, but it is, I'll just say that it is the Disputation of Paris. This right here is the proof that Rick Perry and Jim Apologetics, Southern Israelite and Jay Dyer are completely wrong when they say that the Catholic and the Orthodox churches did not question or did not have a position against a certain group of people that I will not mention because I'm not going to go there. But you can look up the Disputation of Paris on Wikipedia, and it's right there. The Talmud clearly denies the divinity of Christ. The Talmud very clearly denies the messianship or the messianic position of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And the Roman Catholic, and Eastern Orthodox churches all wrote many, many documents about this, about this stuff. It is all right there, and Rick Perry and Jeem deny it outright. They will not touch that topic. Now, I'm not going to touch it either, not too much anyways. Like, just do your own research. You'll find many writings from the popes about that. You will find many writings of the different Orthodox patriarchs from Constantinople all the way up to Moscow about it. Just do a Google search. Maybe the Internet Archive or something will have resources about it, but Rick Perry will not touch that. That's another evidence right there against Rick Perry that he is in fact an intelligence officer, or well, an intelligence asset. I'm sorry, an intelligence asset. So it's right there. It's as plain as day. If you know where to look and you know where to find it, it is as plain as daylight. Gene Apologetics and Rick Perry will not touch it for nothing. They will not touch it for nothing because they are involved in the deep state. They're involved in the American deep state. Rick Perry can have a firearm. Rick Perry has a license to carry guns because he's an intelligence asset of the deep state. He's an undercover cop basically. I wouldn't necessarily say a officer of the peace, but you get what I'm saying, okay? Over here, it would be like a CIA officer. Think of like a CIA person that works for the CIA. They can carry a gun, you know. They're not a civilian. They have the right to have a gun. That's Rick Perry. The only difference is that he is MI6 or whatever. Order of the Nine Angels and stuff. And no, if you're a member of the Order of the Nine Angels in the UK, you can't own a gun. You have to be like involved in an intelligence group that's contracted with the British deep state. But the truth is this is what Colin Quigley has said. Colin C. Quigley said this, and he was actually almost fired as a historian from Cambridge University for saying this stuff in a 1974 recording. And Colin C. Quigley said that the intelligence groups in Europe and North America and Australasia and South Africa were founded and created by the Milner Group. They were created by orders of round tables and by the Milner and the Rhodes Society. They were founded and created by Anglo-Protestants, English-speaking Protestants, with the primary purpose of serving and uplifting the British Empire, which was then transferred over into and utilized in upkeeping the American Empire. However, Jesuits and a certain group of people that will not be mentioned got into these societies and were actually brought in by their Anglo compatriots, their Anglo co-intel compatriots. Rick Perry will not talk about this. He will not admit it. He will say absolutely nothing about it. So I just wanted to say that Rick Perry is intel. And then finally, on another note, I have proof that the federal government has been trying to It's right here. It's all right here. You see this? This is on Telegram. This is how I know that this person right here, this individual, this person is a Fed. This guy is working for the CIA or the FBI. I know that he is because he's been trying to give me methods and stuff of how to create guns, how to purchase and easily get like Uzis and guns, handguns and explosives and stuff. This has glow written all over it. This right here is the proof. This is the citation, as Rick Perry would say, as Gene Apologetics would say, Southern Israelite and Jay Dyer would say. I am indeed being monitored and gang-stalked by the American deep state. The evidence is right here. Someone is trying to basically give me information, illegal information, about how to create firearms and explosives and stuff like that. And then they're going to inform the police, they're going to inform the FBI and Fed operatives, and they're going to try to bust me and arrest me with illegal weapons or harboring illegal weapons and explosives. That's what they do. I'm going to time Goat Corpse out because this is very fucking serious. We're just gonna time Goat Corpse out for a while. So yeah, I know that the United States Deep State has been monitoring my YouTube channel. Um, Dark Ninja even filed an FBI report. Isn't that interesting that Dark Ninja filed an FBI report? How bizarre is that, buddy? So I know what's going on. Rick Perry, you can just go ahead and just give up the shenanigans. We know what's going on. Yeah, the American deep state, the British deep state, were set up by Anglo Protestant Freemasons. It was set up by Anglo American and British Freemasons. The secret societies were not set up by a group of people I'm not going to mention and by Jesuits. They were set up by British Freemasons and American Freemasons, people like Albert Pike, who was a known practicing Luciferian. And yes, these people were Luciferians. And then Jesuits and a group of people who I am not going to mention were allowed to join, and they had a certain degree of a profound influence in these societies, in the banking system, in Hollywood, in the production of Hollywood movies and stuff. And it is very interesting how Jay Dyer, Southern Israelite, Jim Apologetics, and Rick Perry will not mention anything about these people. Isn't that interesting? They're too afraid to touch upon these groups of people. But yeah, you glow in the darks. It's over. Like, you're busted. I know that one of your intel operatives has been sending me like illegal stuff, like stuff that's against the law in Telegram, like designs to make guns and stuff about like collecting survival, collecting up for survival stuff, basically militia movement stuff like that, because the feds are involved in the militia movement. They're involved in the militia. They're involved in the Proud Boys and America First and Nick Fuentes and Milo Yiannopoulos and all that. That's all Fed infiltrated. It's all run by the feds. Neo-Nazis and neo-Confederates, most of that, not all of it, of course, but a lot of it is, the FBI has a hand in it. The Ku Klux Klan, the FBI runs the Ku Klux Klan. The FBI runs Black Lives Matter. Most of the Antifa groups are run by the FBI or have FBI operatives in it. Most of the neo-Nazi or American Nazi Party is full-on infiltrated by feds. Stormfront is full of feds. Black Lives Matter full of feds. The American Communist Party is completely polluted with feds. Come on, man. Oh, and by the way, a few years ago, there was this guy called Alan Beckwith. And he was in the Air Force, the U.S. Air Force, and he was also involved in Hollywood. Alan Beckwith was actually an actor. And lo and behold, Rick Perry had some kind of an app. And it's really strange because I've searched everywhere for this app. It allows you to know what kind of people are watching your Facebook profile. And Rick Perry had this special app, and it's nowhere to be found. I've searched high and low for this app, and you can't find it. Alan Beckwith actually came on and looked at Rick Perry's Facebook. And just a couple of days later, Augustus Sol Invictus also came on and looked at Rick Perry's Facebook. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that just interesting? And a guy called Caleb Mapin was watching Praise of Folly. In fact, he actually came on one of Praise of Folly's streams and talked with him. And he was watching me in Praise of Folly's chat. And guess what? What if I told you that Sol Invictus and Caleb Mapin know each other? And they actually had a debate or a discussion. What if I told you that? Sol Invictus and Caleb Mapin know each other and have talked to each other a few times. But while they are close friends, Sol Invictus is a neo-Nazi fascist that is involved in the alt-right. He lives in Florida. Caleb Mapin is a former communist. He was a former member of one of the major American communist parties, and he now is part of the center of innovationism, the center of innovationist ideas. I wonder if Rick Perry has corresponded with Caleb Mapin and Sol Invictus, because he's definitely corresponded with Alan Beckwith on Facebook. So it's over, man. It's like what else can I say? Rick Perry was COINTEL the whole entire time. Go figure. Rick Perry was involved in the occult this entire time. Mr. Caleb Mapin is COINTEL. Augustus Sol Invictus is COINTEL. Southern Israelite Drake Alden Shelton is COINTEL. Jim is COINTEL. Jay Dyer is COINTEL. You know, if they're not, why don't we talk about the Talmud? Let's talk about the Talmud. Bill Cooper talked about it. Bill Milton Cooper talked about the Talmud. He talked about the B'nai Berith and their assassination, well, their involvement in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. Bill Milton Cooper wasn't afraid to talk about the Talmud. Why is Southern Israelite Jay Dyer, Jim Apologetics, and Rick Perry not wanting to discuss the Talmud? Yep. All right, I will read your comments. Interdimensional Lizard says, poor Shaggy. Shaggy's a retard. That's all he is. Mormon Shaggy and Lame Wire Jesse are not involved in anything. At least nothing that I know of. I know. I very thoroughly questioned them. I got in their face and I questioned them thoroughly. They're not involved in nothing. They're just ordinary fuckwits on the internet. That's it. Shaggy's just a drug addict that copes by pretending to be a Mormon and says that that's his way of how he looks at the universe. It's his way of logging up into the Logos and communing with the universe. Interdimensional Lizard says they say that directed energy weapons can cause wildfires. Very possible. GoCorp says that balls of steel showing that hairline on cam. Milk Cow says that Warhammer's speaking the truth right now. Getting involved in any kind of activist group, left or right, is a very bad idea. You know, Milk Cow, that's kind of rich coming from you because that sounds a lot like Burger Boy. That sounds just like something Burger Boy would say. It sounds like something that Mr. Burger Boy would say. Isn't that interesting? Let's see here. Goat Corp says, why should we think that you're not a Fed if those are the only people you talk to? That's a good question. But that's not the only people I talk to. I was just straight up with them, confronting them, questioning them, and what their positions are, and why they're so obsessed with me. After all, Dark Ninja was one of the major mods of DJ Axel's group. Did you not know that? Did you not know that Dark Ninja was in DJ Axel's server? Well, now you know. Now, this is Toxic Angel. Toxic Angel is an interesting case to me because, or an interesting case study because, while I don't think that he's involved in any kind of in co-intelligence, I do think that he is, or he was, a Freemason, or was involved in the lodge, and I think that they did something to his mind. Toxic Angel is a lot like Terry Davis in a way, because he thinks that he was abducted by a UFO.
Okay, so I'm going to tell the story of an abduction that happened to me in September of 1994. I was getting home from work.
Oh, hello, Rick Perry. What's up, man? How is the feds?
Pretty tired.
How was the meeting at MI6, Rick Perry?
I'm not tired enough to go to sleep yet.
How was the last gathering that you had at the Order of the Nine Angels?
And as I lay down, I'm just looking at my ceiling in deep thought, and I start to notice something strange. I saw what appeared to be stars seeping through my ceiling, and I kind of took a double look. The ceiling disappears before my eyes, and I'm staring at the sky, but I instantly realize I'm not in my bed anymore. I'm floating above my house, looking at the sky. I'm really about to panic as I see my shoes and my slacks. I'm really about to panic, and then a shooting star gazing across the sky captivates me as it was so beautiful, and it relaxes me a little bit. But once it got to the other side, it exposed that it wasn't a shooting star at all. It was this orange orb-looking craft with these red orbs. It sounded like a flute as soon as I saw it, and it paralyzed me and scared me. It was the most frightening part of the experience. I was trying to struggle out of it, and as it hovered over the top of me, I was still more frightened of the sound until I saw a door open. And when I saw the door open, it reminded me of a submarine door. And I realized it was nuts and bolts, and it began to pull me toward in it. And I said, "Oh, Jesus Christ, please help me not remember what happens next." Instantly, my eyes fly open. I felt like I just dropped into my bed. My eyes come right open, and I realize it's 11:30 the next day. 12 hours had passed. I also noticed on my left hand this circular scar that it was already scarred, and it was really thick and so big I couldn't understand. I didn't think about this much, but in 2022 I finally reported it to MUFON. I made a detailed report to MUFON. This is my story.
Something scared you, is that right?
Yes.
What scared you?
The noise.
What noise?
The noise that we heard in the air.
You heard a noise in the
Yes.
air? What was it like? Like a roar or a buzz?
At one point called out to Jesus Christ, and it never happened again. And I just found out about this about 6 months ago. And this changes everything. And because if the very name Jesus Christ stops them dead in their tracks, just like it happened when I used it, then this kind of explains why the government will go to any length to prevent us from finding out what they really are. And when you look into experiments where, or natural processes in the universe where photons turn into matter and vice versa, then you can imagine if the stories of the Bible are real, then these energy beings known as angels can, as the Bible said, take physical form.
Okay, so I'm going to say right now that that was probably demon possession or some kind of government, some sort of a government psyop against him. But there's this thing called Operation Stargate. Operation Stargate, I'm sorry, it's the Stargate Project. Stargate Project was a United States Army unit that was established in 1977. But if you look into Operation Stargate, Operation Stargazer, it is basically it's basically a project by the U.S. federal government to try to create a fake alien invasion psyop, to try to convince as many people as possible of a fake alien invasion. And it's very likely that at some point in the future there will be an attempt to create a phony alien invasion. There's this weird ass animation. It's called I Pet Goat 2. And this stuff is actually shown in it. This is full of Illuminati mind manipulation stuff, mind control. All right, so that is I Pet Goat 2 by Haleophant. And Haleophant is a Greek terminology for mystery. Haleo is Greek for solar or for sun. Phant, let's see here, Haleophant. Haleophant, Helios means sun in Greek. It means the god of the sun, the god of light. In the Hellenistic the Hellenistic period, which it actually is not Hellenistic. Greek religion did not mix with Oriental religions. That's bullshit. The Greek religion, the Hellenic religion, protruded and dominated over the Oriental and African religions of Egypt and Mesopotamia, and became the predominant mental influence over all of the religions of the ancient world. And it was into that the mystery schools of the Hermeticists came out. Now, the mystery schools predate Alexander the Great, but if you look at Mithras, the legend and the story of Mithras, it is basically a Grecianizing or Hellenizing and Romanizing of Helios. Helios is the original polytheistic concept of enlightenment, of enlightenment and rebirth. Paganism is all about death and rebirth and continuing endless cycles of death and rebirth. Life, death, and rebirth. That's paganism. This evolved into the cult of Mithras, which was actually monotheizing. It was pagan monotheizing and a assumption of Hellenistic philosophy over Oriental and Egyptian religion. The type of occultic practices, or the type of magical, incantational, and mystical practices of the occult, are not from the ancient world. They're actually from medieval Hermeticism and Gnosticism. They're not necessarily directly the same thing as the ancient mystery schools, but they draw influence from it. The primary pagan influence is the Ptolemaic Greco-Egyptian religion, the Greco-Egyptian Ptolemaic religious traditions, of which the Hellenistic influence is preceded and superior to that of the Egyptian. But still, the Egyptian mysteries, the Egyptian religion is still very important. However, the Greek pagan stuff predominates over the earlier Egyptian stuff. You get what I'm saying, right? The modern occult is from the Middle Ages. The modern occult traditions are not actually necessarily directly from the ancient world, because Christianity destroyed the pagan religions of antiquity. That was very well successfully eradicated by the early church. However, the Hermeticist traditions, the Hermeticist and the who was that fucker? Dude. Gnosticism survived. The Gnostic and the what was that 3rd century thing called? Okay. Yeah, my memory isn't always the best. But anyways, the mystery schools didn't survive the end of antiquity. They went underground. They became the Gnostics. The Gnostics were infiltrators into Christianity. They were infiltrators. Most of the hermetical works and hermetical texts and stuff of the Middle Ages was brought into the Christian world by Muslims and by Jews. Jews and Muslims actually preserved the classical texts of the pagan past. The Christian church did not. The Christian church amplified and used metaphysical Hellenistic aspects to define church doctrine and dogma. And instead, it was the Muslims and the Jews, and later the Knights Templar and other Christian Gnostic orders who went on to the Holy Land and the Crusades and rediscovered this knowledge, brought it back to Europe, those were the people that revived Hermeticism and Gnosticism in Europe in the 10th and 11th centuries. In the 9th century, in Anglo-Saxon England, the precursors of the Masonic orders were founded. The precursors of Masonic guilds carried on some aspects of the Hermetical traditions. They later became the Rosicrucians and then the Freemasons, and they were organized informally under the Scottish king James VI and of Scotland and James I of England. So let me get his name. Freemasonry actually was reorganized after the Protestant Reformation. The Protestant Reformation came about on the precipice of a revival of the mystery schools of pagan antiquity, and the precipice upon the new knowledge of the Bible and of the occult and the classic works, such as Lucretius. British Freemasonry was brought informally back under James I of England and James VI of Scotland. This was the guy that basically brought Scottish Freemasonry back. In 1688, James II was overthrown in the Glorious Revolution. And he brought Scottish Rite Freemasonry to France. The Scottish Rite of Freemasonry began in France. And all that the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry actually is just the continental expansion of English Freemasonry. Now, formally, yeah, that's it, Athelstan. So, it was in 924 to 939 that King Athelstan began to revive the Masonic trade guilds. When the Roman Empire fell, these hermetical Masonic guilds were destroyed by the Christian Church. And it was King Athelstan of England, at least in England, who actually brought back the Masonic guilds. The oldest known work of this type, the Hallowell manuscript, Regius Poem, dates from 1390 to 1425. This document has a brief history of its introduction, stating that the craft of masonry began with Euclid in Egypt and came to England in the reign of King Athelstan. Shortly afterwards, the Matthew Cook manuscript traces masonry to Jabal, son of Lamech, and tells how this knowledge came to Euclid, from him to the children of Israel while they were in Egypt, and so on through an elaborate path to Athelstan. Regardless, the premier lodge, Grand Lodge of England, was commissioned and brought about in 1770. In 1737, the Chevalier Lecture of the Chevalier Ramsay added the Crusaders to the lineage. He maintained that Crusader Masons had revived the craft with secrets recovered in the Holy Land. Under the patronage of the Knights Hospitaller. At this point, the history of the craft of continental Freemasonry diverged from that of England. It actually did not, in fact. The earliest official English documents to refer to Masons are written in Latin. Sculpturios Lapidum Labororium, London 1212, Magister, Lathomus Liberarum Patriarum, Oxford 1391, or Norman French. Mastre, maison de Franche Prière. Martre, maison de Franche Prière. The Statute of Laborers, 1351. These all signify a worker in freestone, a grainless sandstone, or limestone suitable. Now, Wikipedia is not going to give you all the answers. Wikipedia is going to cover up and hide a lot of the details. I don't think that Euclid or the children of Israel carried on the Hermetical secrets. The Hermetical secrets only began to get into ancient Judaism during the Grecian period over Canaan, over Palestine. Even before the birth of Jesus Christ, during the reign of the Maccabees, there was already a lot of Hellenic philosophy going into Judaism. The Pharisees were Stoicists. The Pharisees were a sect of Judaism that was organized along the line of the Stoics. And the Sadducees were organized along the line of the Epicureans. Does that make any sense? Omelette du fromage. Milk cow, you're not getting it. You're just not getting it. This is fucking serious stuff. This is evil, okay? How can you see that I Pet Goat 2 and not see that that is evil? How can you not see that that is absolutely evil? Black Spy VR says in BTW, I knew honorary Masons. They are brought in, voted in, and taught all the degrees of Scottish Rite, York Rite, or both. So what the fuck difference is it that Anthony P. Hall was voted in for honor? Can you explain that, Genius Hoto? Are you talking to me or to Rick Perry? The Scottish Rite came about in the 1700s, Rick Perry. That period of Freemasonry was before the Ancients and Moderns condemned into the United Grand Lodge of England. You know, isn't it just funny that I know two guys, J.R. Finley and Chan Kadoki, and they're both from the same Canadian town, Peterborough, that Anthony P. Hall was born. Isn't that just funny? Ain't that just funny? Oh, you were talking to Rick. Traditional operative stonemasonry wasn't connected to the latter occult fraternity of speculative Freemasonry. Well, you claim that speculative Freemasonry was started by Elias Ashmole in 1647, when the Royal Society was founded in 1650-something. That's what you claim. I don't know how truthful that is, though. But let me tell you that there is real evil out there. There is very much evil in this world. There is dark, evil, satanic forces very much alive in this world. Satanists will tell you that there is no devil or Satan. Satanists will tell you that they only worship an archetype. They will tell you that there is not a devil and there is no Satan. But there very much is a Satan. There very much is a God. There very much is Jesus Christ. Even though the church has made a lot of lies in regards about Jesus Christ, nevertheless, Jesus Christ was a real person. I think he was. And I do think that he did miracles and he did die for the world and bestowed an everlasting grace upon the world. That very much is true. But the church has also lied and covered up a lot of things as well. The church started the Dark Ages, destroyed culture, it destroyed human creativity and civilization. But you shouldn't let what the church teaches get in the way of the overall message of Jesus Christ. There's a world of difference with those. Most Satanists will not talk about Luciferianism. I'm sorry, most Satanists will say that they are Luciferian. They're Luciferianists. They will say that they are Luciferian. It's already been an hour. Isn't that something? But yeah, Toxic Angel, I think that you did not get abducted by UFOs. I think you might have been kidnapped by an intelligence agency contracted with the US federal government. And I think that they did like mind control experiments on you, or you were possessed by demons. I think you did something that caused you to be possessed by demons, and they tricked you into thinking that you were abducted into a flying saucer. Either that, or the United States Air Force and the United States military was conducting a deep state psyop in relation to Operation Stargate, and you unfortunately were probably one of their victims. I know that might be hard for you to believe, but that is what I think was going on. I think the latter, to be more realistic, I think you were probably involved in some kind of government psyop, and you were the victim of a government psyop. That's what I think, anyways.
Thank you for joining us. I'm John Rasmus, and this is Hoax Hunter. The focus of this episode is UFO disclosure. It's a very popular topic among the UFO community. I do not consider myself a part of the UFO community because I do not blindly accept that we have ever been visited by extraterrestrials. Yet, I myself have had a few UFO sightings when I was a teenager. It seems like a contradiction to not believe in extraterrestrial visitation on this planet Earth, yet having had UFO sightings. But it is not a contradiction because, and I'm not talking about the black budget, top secret government craft. I'm not talking about those. Those clearly exist. There's no doubt about that. I'm not talking about the misidentified weather balloons and the misidentified planet Venus. There is clearly a paranormal aspect to UFOs. Not all UFO sightings are misidentified objects or black budget government craft. Some of them are genuinely paranormal. I personally believe that none of the paranormal UFO encounters are extraterrestrial. I personally believe they're of a totally different group, and I will discuss that in a future episode coming very soon. I just wanted to give my point of view on UFOs in the next couple of episodes. In 2009, there was a petition on Obama's website, change.gov, concerning UFO disclosure. When President Obama was elected, change.gov was phased out and whitehouse.gov was phased in. But I still have an archive of this video that I created in 2009, and I wanted to show it for reference purposes. In March of 2009, I made a video about a UFO disclosure petition that was posted on change.gov, which received 28,000 likes, over 700 responses, and it was removed and never received a response. So I just want to show this as an archive of this petition that did exist back in January of 2009. End the truth embargo on extraterrestrials UFO disclosure. Mr. President, tell us the truth about the extraterrestrial presence on this planet and release as much relevant information to the American people as possible within reasonable constraints of national security. It is time for the people of the world to know the truth about the universe they inhabit. Maintaining the veil of secrecy regarding the extraterrestrial presence has cost the United States untold fortunes, but more importantly, has undermined our faith in government and has led to abuses of secrecy and power. How many hundreds of billions of dollars have fallen off the CBO radar screen in black projects with no federal legislative oversight? Until this truth embargo is ended, there will be no access to technologies derived from extraterrestrial vehicles in this critical time of mounting economic and environmental challenges. Now is the time to release into the public domain extraterrestrial derived technologies secretly studied and reverse engineered for 60 years, which are now essential to overcome the environmental, economic, and social changes of our time. Have faith in us, Mr. President, as we have demonstrated our faith in you. We can handle it. And this was posted by Ogster on January 14th, 2009, and it had 742 comments. Here are a few of those comments. We the people demand disclosure. There is plenty of proof of so-called extraterrestrial contact. What is required is disclosure by our president to the American people of the history of contact. This has recently been done officially in France and unofficially in Canada. I spent 23 years in the United States Air Force Intelligence and held a security clearance with access above top secret. If true, their technology could solve many of our problems. We would like to know the truth about UFOs and extraterrestrials. Thank you. Mr. President, the world is ready for someone to come forth and officially disclose. Mr. President, you said we are the people we have been waiting for. If you truly believe that, then you know that we, the people, have been waiting far too long, 60 years, for the government to disclose the truth about UFOs and ET presence. We have a right to know. Disclosure now. The single most important issue facing mankind today is the disclosure of our contact with intelligent species from other worlds. Our economy, education, energy, environment, healthcare, technology, and national security will all be impacted when the secrets of modern science and physics are revealed to the residents of planet Earth. If you stand for change, dare to let the truth be known. If Roswell really happened, I want you to disclose. Please tell us the truth. We can handle it. Tell us the truth. The truth will set us free. Kepler, the Mars Science Laboratory. At last point, many scientists and mathematicians have looked with a statistical mindset at the question of whether life likely exists beyond Earth and have come to the conclusion that the odds are pretty high that somewhere among the trillions and trillions of stars in the universe.
Okay, so this is part of Operation Stargazer. This is part of Project Stargazer, I believe. And it is a very decades old, long project of initiating and engineering a fake UFO invasion in order to force people to give up their personal liberties and personal freedoms, and basically accept a Orwellian totalitarian state. So, in short, they will fake a UFO alien invasion to tighten the strings of a bureaucratic totalitarian system. A global socialist, one world totalitarian system. As George Bush, Sir, would have said it, a new world order. Okay. Here's him saying this. This is not. Why do you guys think this is conspiracy? Here it is right here. Right out of the mouth.
Founders. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world.
Yeah, you fucking potentially shape-shifting reptilian, demonically possessed Malthusian Fabian piece of shit, you fucking skull and bonesman. You 33rd degree Freemason skull and bonesman, one world order Freemasonic piece of Luciferian garbage. That guy is not a Jew. Like, George Bush Sir is not a Jew, Goat Corpse. Goat Corpse, why were you saying that it was Jews? Why are you saying that, dude? That guy's an Anglo-Protestant. George Bush sir has Anglo-Dutch Protestant roots in New England. Okay? They talk about it themselves. They've been openly talking about this since the 70s. You know, Rick Perry says that the third volume of H.G. Wells's infamous trilogy is titled The New World Order. The New World Order, dude. There is an interview by Admiral Richard E. Bard, and he admitted that there is unknown, uncharted lands on Earth in Antarctica. I think he was alluding to the Hollow Earth. Look at this right here. And by the way, this will never be aired on live television ever again. Look at this right here.
You know, only 60 or more years ago, about 35 years ago, our guest tonight found out whether there was any land north of the North American continent. He made that first discovery flight, and I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
That's a tremendous
So
challenge.
there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
Admiral,
Well, there you go right there. That right there, they're talking about that there's places in the world on Earth that you're not allowed to go to. In fact, you're not even supposed to know that sort of uncharted land exists. The deep state, right there, they're telling you that the deep state is lying to you about the planet Earth's geography. Okay, wake up. Wake up. Well, I think most of you are already woke up. I'm not going to waste y'all's time with that. Admiral Richard Bard knew that there was a hollow Earth, or something akin to a hollow Earth. He was in the United States Navy, and he knew that there was underground bases in the hollow Earth that have been built by the different governments, co-opted by the different governments of the so-called Earth. And this is something that has been going on since well before World War II. Okay? There have been polar stations, Air Force bases, and stations set up in the 1930s in the North and South Pole. And this is all true. And it's been covered up. People have been going in the hollow Earth since well before World War II. And especially around about that time, when they were charting and exploring this unknown land. And yet you don't hear nothing about this. Instead of what Richard E. Byrd said, they cover it up and tell you that it's not there. You know, what's up with that? Why do these secret societies need to cover up, you know, the stuff about mysteries around flat Earth and hollow Earth and stuff? And I don't really necessarily believe in the flat Earth or even the hollow Earth, but I'm just interested. I would like to know. You know, what's going on? So I want to show you this Colin Quigley interview from 1974. Because Colin Quigley almost lost his job with with this here. I think this is it right here. This is it.
Somebody who wrote in that it's out of print. Now, when did you realize it was a pirate edition? How did you find out? I found out when somebody got a plain envelope with a slip of paper in it, available again. I can tell instantly that it's different because they didn't notice that the original had yellow top on the pages. Here, all right. You see, the original. The new one is white. So I would imagine, would call Macmillan and say, hey, you must be upset that they're reprinting. I mean, that would be a logical reaction. They didn't give a damn, and I'll tell you why. But did you go, now, how much is, we'll talk when we're done with it, how much is yeah, well, I don't know why Macmillan acted like this. Now, immediately, the biological reaction would be to call them up and say, gee, you must really be upset. I didn't. Not right away, I didn't, because they had lied to me so many times and so many years. There's something funny. They had lied to me, you see, on everything. And I have letters to prove that, because I have from written letters apologizing for information previously given to him, because they had lied to him when he called up to ask if they're out of print or not, you see, and they said no, and so forth. Now, the big thing is, my contract both had in it that if it went out of print, I have the right to recover the plates. They never got in touch with me for the plates. I learned in March of this year that they destroyed the plates of Tragedy and Hope. I learned in the summer 1971 because my wife got mad and called Macmillan on the phone every week while I was in England, and finally got from them a letter in which they said the plates had been destroyed. They had inadvertently destroyed the plates of the first book. Evolution of Civilizations, you see? Okay. So you find a guy calls you an anonymous caller. Yeah, well, he identified himself, to me, but his name is no. And he gave me his name and so forth. And he had got this. And you want to check that out? And the way I found out was I sent an order. I let somebody else send an order. Now this was my assistant. Who sent a check and it sent an order. And nothing came. And then we discovered they'd only pay if you sent them cash ahead of time. You see, a check wouldn't do it? Well, I guess I did send a check, but not the whole. No, I sent the check, the whole thing. But they, for example, will not send to bookstores unless they send cash, and they're all suspicious. Because if you order 10 copies, and that would be $120, because he was asking 12, you could vanish because it's only find out who it is. You have no name, you have a box number in California, and so forth. And anyway, I couldn't find out anything. I got it back, and I was shocked because it was identical. You see, or almost identical. So then I got other companies were offering it. When is this? This was in this year. This year? Yes, January. January 1974. Okay. This year. By March, somebody came to me and had one of the pirate copies. Where'd you get it? And they said, Sidney Kramer. I said, does he have it? And he said, sure, he has 4 or 5 in there. So I called up Sidney Kramer and asked if he had it, and he said yes, and I was down there, and spoke to me directly ever. Now, no one ever approached me. Well, one reason I was suspicious of Macmillan was this. The first, the fact that the radical right, the John Bishop and so forth, is getting all up over this book goes back to at least 69. I was going to ask you about that. 69. Yes, and a book appeared called The Naked Capitalist by Scoosins. Now, of that book, about a fifth of it is direct quote from my book. Now, he says it's from my book in quotation marks, but nevertheless it's a violation of copyright. I got in touch with Macmillan, they would not do a thing. They said, I said, aren't you going to defend my copyright? They said, no, if you want to do something, we will support you and, and be a witness if you want and so forth. Well, I wasn't going to sue this guy. He's a professor of religion at Brigham Young University, former police chief of Salt Lake City. You know all about it. Yeah, all right. He's run the gamut. So whether he's been in the FBI for years. Right. So whether he would have any money, it wouldn't be worth my while to sue him, do you say? Probably. and another state and so forth. So I decided I'd let that go, but then I discovered they didn't do anything. And then Congressman Derrick, who was beaten in the primary just now, put that book into the congressional record, and a lot of things like this. Then this book was distributed to every registered voter in New Hampshire. At one point, they never called you and said, and have no quote. I mean, no, nobody ever. It'd be like me writing a story without ever talking to you guys. Nobody ever wrote to me about this. You know where they got the picture of you from the PR office? I think, let me see which picture it is. They tried to get pictures from the PR office, and I said, don't give anybody a picture if they won't tell you why. Oh, they got this from the PR office. Now, Scoosins couldn't get a picture of me. You see, they could have got a picture off the back of the full picture of me.
Okay, did you hear that? The FBI was trying to cover up and put in disinformation into Carol Quigley's book. Now, that's not the Anglo-American establishment. I think it's Tragedy and Hope and a History of Our Time. It was another book, Tragedy and Hope and a History of the World in Our Time. And the FBI was trying to basically say that he was a communist. You know, kind of like doing this, what was his name? MacArthur, you know, this, kind of 1950s, anti-communist thing about him. They tried to paint Carol Quigley as a communist in the 70s. And this was happening at the same time as Watergate, and a bunch of people were hating the American government. You could look at the Cowboy and Yankee War. It talks a lot about that period. If you want a good understanding, a good grasp of the decade from the JFK assassination to Watergate, the Yankee and Cowboy War by Carl Oglesby is a good read if you're interested in that. Let's see here. What else was I going to show? Well, anyways, dude, I don't buy this fucking bullshit that a lot of the establishment tells, and you know, there's probably people in my chat that are disinfo agents. They're trying to spread disinfo in my chat as I speak this right now. Let's see here. Black Spy VR says, cannot hear it. Can you recite what he said? Oh. You weren't able to hear what was it said, Black Spy VR? Let's see here. Rick Perry says, preceded by the shape of things to come and the open conspiracy. H.G. Wells was a Fabian. Carol C. Quigley. Carol C. Quigley is his name. All right. Let's see here. Rick Perry says, preceded. I can hear the audio play back. Black Spy VR. I'm able to hear what's being said. I don't know, but it is hard to hear. I'm going to turn my heater off. Blocks out what I'm trying to say and what I'm trying to show here. It's a bad presentation. Rick Perry says that the thing is that Quagley would have been on that as archivist of the Council of Foreign Relations. Carol C. Quigley was fired from his job. The original manuscript for Tragedy and Hope was destroyed by the FBI. Someone raided and someone stole the manuscript of the first copy of one of his books and destroyed it. It was destroyed. He said himself in that 1974 interview that he lost the original draft or manuscript for one of his books. He actually said that in the 1974 interview. I'm not making that up. I just played that. The heater might have blocked out some of the noise of what was being said, but that's nevertheless what he did say. Yeah, all this stuff is just a deep state psyop, or it's being done covertly. Most of these things are being done covertly by the deep state. I don't know how else to really phrase it. Quigley was Council on Foreign Relations, which is above the CIA. Yeah, I forgot about that. What about the Trilateral Commission? That was formed in 1924. It all mostly goes back to the Milner Group, anyways. It was all founded by British intelligence people. British intelligence and Americans, chiefly Yankees, northeastern Yankees, that were involved in it. And that's not to say that Southerners were not involved as well, because they absolutely were. It's called the Round Table Movement. But yeah, Rick Perry, it goes back to the Round Table Movement and Lord Milner's Round Table Movement. That's what Carol C. Quigley said, anyways. Carol C. Quigley. Let's see here. Supernaturally Panda says, "Hey man, what a handsome man you are. Thank you. That's very nice. I truly am a hard man. How are you doing, Panda? Or Trash Panda?" There is a vast network of NGOs, etc. Yeah, they pretend to be environmental. Reality is that these governments are completely powerless. There isn't really a nation or national entities as such. There are no nations. There's just international conglomerations and corporations. A government is basically just a company chain. It's just a larger and more developed and upgraded corporation or chain. Milk Cow says barbecue sauce. Black Spy says, here is a good video. Secret People, Carol Quigley, or Quagley. Yeah, he was actually almost fired from his job at Cambridge. In fact, I think he was forced to step down. Carol C. Quigley was forced to step down from his job at Cambridge because of one of his books. Just too insightful, really. But yeah, you intel government agencies, I know that one of your operatives or cooperatives tried to send me like plans and stuff on how to make ammunition and guns on Telegram, and that you were trying to use that as a means or a maneuver to try to arrest me. I already found that out, FBI and CIA. You can fuck off with that. Your special ops didn't work. Yeah, Quigley was Bill Clinton's teacher.
History. He earned his BA, MA, and PhD degrees all at Harvard. Afterwards, he taught at Princeton University, and then at Harvard, and finally, at the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University.
Yeah, here it is.
Quigley goes on to say that a civilization starts to die when its social instruments become institutions. I'm going to repeat that one more time. A civilization starts to die when its social instruments become institutions. Quigley is not antagonistic towards this elite, but simply protests against them operating in secrecy. Those of you interested in
Radical right believes the Communists Act. In fact, this network, which there does exist and has existed for a generation, an international Anglophile network which operates, to some extent, in the way the radical right believes the Communists Act. In fact, this network, which we may identify as the Round Table groups, has no aversion to cooperating with the communists or any other groups, and frequently does so. I know of the operations of this network because I have studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years in the early 1960s to examine its papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or to most of its instruments, but I have objected, both in the past and recently, to a few of its policies. But in general, my chief difference of opinion is that it wishes to remain unknown, and I believe its role in history is significant enough to be known. Tragedy and Hope, a history of the world in our time.
It is important to note that Quigley is not antagonistic towards this elite, but simply protests against them operating in secrecy, not a common culture. Quigley summarizes this condition through the following statement.
The lower middle class is petty bourgeoisie. These people seek their security in status in an organizational structure. They try to find a place for themselves in an organization which has a hierarchy in which they can count on moving up automatically, simply by surviving. Some people still think that most Americans are active, assertive, aggressive, self-reliant people who need no help from anyone, especially the government, and achieve success as individuals by competing freely with each other. That may have been true 100 years ago. It isn't true today. Today, more and more of us are petty bourgeoisie, who snuggle down in a hierarchical bureaucracy where advancement is assured merely by keeping the body warm and not breaking the rules. It doesn't matter whether it is education, or the armed services, or a big corporation, or the government. Notice that high school teachers are universally opposed to merit pay. They are paid on the basis of their degrees and years of teaching experience. Or consider the professor. He gets his PhD by writing a large dissertation on a small subject, and he hopes to God he never meets anyone else who knows anything about that subject. If he does, they don't talk about it. They talk about the weather or baseball. So our society is becoming more and more a society of white-collar clerks on many levels, including full professors. They live for retirement and find their security through status in structures.
So, is America dying? Carol Quigley.
Okay. Carol Quigley is getting that from Oswald Spengler. The level of civilizations, and again, this is like what Ted Kaczynski was talking about. Ted Kaczynski said that people would become technologically dependent and auto-domesticated by the technological and industrial civilization into which they were domesticated into. I think that the woke movement and the counterculture was simply a means to destroy human creativity so as to level the playing field for artificial intelligence, AI syndication or synchronization, and transhumanism to come in. Those people who claim to be woke are unknowingly just playing into the rise and movement of artificial intelligence taking over and replacing outright human creativity. The whole Freudian psychosis or psychoanalysis and the entire aspect of the counterculture movement was simply a ruse to degrade especially leftists. If you look at leftist art and literature, you see that it is completely devoid of any kind of true beauty. If you look at modern and postmodern art, you see that it lacks any real type of sensible creativity. This is done for the sole purpose of ensuring that robots, AI, and synchronization can successfully synchronize into human society and replace independent human consciousness with a synchronization of transhumanist and mechanical ingenuity and artificial creativity, thereby replacing human creativity with artificial cybernetics and AI creativity, because after all, AI produced art is more creative than postmodern counterculture art. That's all that it was intended for. It's just transgenderism is the first movement towards transhumanism. I'll repeat that again. Transgenderism is just merely the first movement towards transhumanism. And if you think that I'm not being gang stalked or being monitored by the government, if you actually seriously think that the FBI is not trying to pull a psyop against me and try to silence me like they did Bill Milton Cooper, then what is this right here? Why is this intelligence operative, this FBI intelligence operative, sending me blueprints of how to make shotguns, how to take scrap metal out of a trash can to make projectiles and like simple firearms and handguns, Utsis, how to produce explosives and military explosives and stuff. Why is this FBI undercover agent, this undercover FBI cop, sending me stuff about military explosives if that is not the case, if I'm not being gang stalked? If I am not being discredited or someone trying to thoroughly defame me and try to slander me, if that is indeed the case, that no one is trying to slander me or trying to defame me, why is it that Dart Ninja is trying so hard to label me as a pedophile, which I'm not? Okay, if that is indeed the case, what is this right here then? What's this all about? So, I'm not being gang stalked. I'm not being monitored by the US federal government for what I say on my channel. And there's no intelligence ops against me. Well then, why is there people on Discord trying to make false and outright slander to try to defame and lie about me? Why are there pedophiles and coadjutors doing this kind of shit right here? What is that about? Come on, people. Wake the frick up. It's time to drink coffee. It's time to drink some coffee and take the red pill. Starting to sound like freaking Godwinson. I've got the Godwinson get up here. And, you know, Rick Perry says that I'm his little adorable Winnie the Pooh. And all this other weird gay lark that Rick Perry does. Rick Perry's a man, by the way. He was involved in the Glenmargan PSYOP working with Matthew Mytt. M-Y-A-T-T. Isn't that interesting? And then all of a sudden, when he left Freemasonry in the late 2000s, he became Roman Catholic and started to pretend to be trans. Isn't that interesting? Wow. Oh, but that's just a pure coincidence, by the way. Obviously, that's just a coincidence. That can't be the reason why. That's just a coincidence, right? Yeah, it's all fake, people. It's all fake, man. This is not what's going on here at all. He was not involved in the cover-up of the assassination of Justin Fashanu. He didn't work with Matthew Mytt or Matthew Met. Matthew Met doesn't exist. You can't look up his name on Wikipedia. David Matt doesn't exist. He wasn't running a organization that had Islamic extremists and neo-Nazis in it. Yeah, this is definitely fake. This is all fake right here. This David Matt. Abdulaziz Ahmad Al-Khwari doesn't exist. He's a fake person. There's no way that I could pull him up on doing a simple internet search on a mainstream legacy media web page like Wikipedia and show that he does exist. It's just a coincidence, people. I'll be right back. I gotta go take a piss. I'm back. Laser Pig says that Rick sends me explosive material as well. Is that another one of your alts, Goat Corpse? Oh, looky there. Order of the Nine Angels is actually a thing. Did you know that Troll Cow, Elaine Miller, is a member of the Order of the Nine Angels? And that's a fact. She told me herself. And so is Dee Dee. Did you know that Dee Dee and Elaine Gertler Miller are both involved in some psyops? You know who else is a member of the Order of the Nine Angels? PPP's dad. I've also heard some rumors that PPP was also a member of the Order of the Nine Angels. And that's actually someone that follows him on the Kino Casino. Elaine is the dark priestess of the Baphomet, the mother of Daya, or Dei. Yeah, that's most of that stuff, that outer layer of the occult is fake. The outer layer of the occult that these people are a part of is just a show. They don't actually really practice the occult per se, but they cover up what the inner group does, the core, the occultic core, they cover that up. And the deeper you go in, the more that you will encounter actual black magic, and etc. All that it really is the Merkaba and yeah, it's just Merkaba and yeah, it's basically this stuff here. Let me just find it. This is what you're going to find in the inner occult, is stuff like this right here. Kind of looks Mayan, but it's actually Western esotericistic. Kabbalah, that's it. The inner circle, the inner core of the occult circles and stuff, both corresponding to regular and mostly irregular Freemasonry, like the Golden Dawn, and this is it right here, the Golden Dawn, and here is some aspects of magical incantation. This is just really a rehashing of the Kabbalah. Thanks to Rick Perry, I guess, because he recommended this stuff to me. So, you know, shout out to Rick Perry. He's the one that actually provided this stuff. The Book of the Concourse of the Forces, which you can see right here. This is by Israel Regardi, by the way. Aleister Crowley, Black Spy VR, was actually kicked out of the Golden Dawn for being bisexual. They kicked him out in 1906 or so. All this is just pre-Renaissance magic by Ficino. What's his name? This is just basically from the Renaissance. This is late medieval, pre-Renaissance magic. And it's just a rehashing of the Kabbalah. Some of the Merkaba, but that's really a different exoteric tradition. This is esoteric. I'm sorry, exoteric. This is Western esotericism. This is the alchemical altar. This is what you would find of the alchemical altar here. You can see the chalice, the sword, some of the aspects of it. Milk Cow posted something about 1 Corinthians 1:26-31. And I'm not even talking about the Bible. The King James Bible, by the way, Milk Cow, was written by a Hermeticist. Like, you do understand that Hermeticists in England translated the King James Bible. Because a lot of the Hebrew and the Greek translators, at least the Hebrew translators and Aramaic translators that worked on the King James Bible, they were actually distant friends of John Dee. John Dee, who was involved in the occult, and he created the Enochian language, the magical Enochian incantation. A lot of the people that were involved in those Hebraic and Aramaic and Greek circles around John Dee were also involved in translating the King James Bible, if you did not know that. Let's see here. Black Spy says, "What is that? Something about being grown up?" It's a book on the occult, Western esotericism, to be correct. Oh, look, we got a Freemason, or what looks like a person defending Freemasonry in my chat right now. Also, we got Dark Ninja started following me on Rumble. Isn't that interesting? I don't really think that Dark Ninja's involved in anything. I think he just he's very easily antagonized by anything, and he doesn't like it that people found out about the sweet taste of date. Well, I wasn't the person that posted that log. I wasn't the one that posted those logs on Kiwi Farms. You know, don't look at me. That's not my fault that you made a big fucking fool of yourself. Dark Diddler. I think that Dark Ninja might be the Vindex. Seems really close to Godwinson. Dark Ninja seems rather close to Godwinson. Do you think that your status as an Indo-European and neurodivergent person, you somehow maybe have some kind of mutant genes that make you a superior specimen? I never really thought about that, but it's interesting. Varg Vakernus has a video about autism, and Thulian perspective, Vari Vakernus said that people with autism were natural Northern Europeans, meaning that Northern Europeans were actually originally all autistic. Now, whether that's true or not, Comrade Stalin, I can't say. But we do live under the yoke of civilization. This is going to be pretty extreme to some people, but
you could tell
I don't care.
Only civilized men owned slaves. And if you take Europe as an example, the Romans had a lot of slaves. They had so many slaves that they became a problem. The Greeks had slaves too, a lot of them. But the barbarian peoples of Europe didn't have that many slaves. And those who did have slaves, they too were a little bit civilized, actually. They had villages, they had agriculture. They were, not that barbarian after all. However, the really barbarians, they didn't have slaves. How come? Let's find out. The reason why the civilized or part civilized Europeans had slaves was because a type of slavery is a prerequisite for civilization. If you don't have slaves, it's impossible to uphold a civilized society. And you might argue that I must be wrong, because today we have civilized societies and there are no slaves. And well, I would disagree a little bit there, because they don't call them slaves today, but oh yeah, we have slaves today as well. They call them workers, they call them employees, and they are slaves. The slaves of Europe in the past, they could not decide where they wanted to live, they could not decide where they wanted to work, and their owners could sell them if they wanted to. Today, it's pretty much exactly the same for those who work, those who are employed somewhere. They cannot live wherever they want to. They have to live where they can get a job. They cannot work with whatever they want to. They have to take the job they can get. And in relation to their masters, their employers, they have to come crawling to them and beg them in order to let them slave for them. And it's the same thing. This is slavery. Many of us think that civilization is a good thing, and they argue somehow in favor of upholding civilization. I would just wish to tell them that if you want civilization, you cannot be without slavery.
Okay, so I mean, there you go. Like, here's the one about autism that Varg did.
Autism. What is that really? Let's find out. First of all, I'm going to say that there is nothing wrong with autists. Autism is not a diagnosis as such. People with autism just have a different way of thinking. And being different is not wrong. And it's not even unnormal, because there are a lot of people diagnosed with autism. And the reason for this is that people with autism have are hypersensitive to sensory stimuli. For example, noise or light or a lot of commotion. So they are hypersensitive. And in the society we live in today, there is more and more of the type of stimuli that they are hypersensitive to. And the autistic people don't behave in a strange manner. The fact is that they only behave in a strange manner if they are stressed because they have been exposed to too much stimuli, sensory stimuli. Autism is something you will only find in people with the Neanderthal DNA. The reason why people with autism are hypersensitive to this sensory stimuli is that they are more wild, they are less tamed, they are less domesticated. They are more like human beings are supposed to be. So in a sense, not having autism should be the real diagnosis, because the autistic person is really the normal person. We often see these autistic people presented to us as if they are mentally retarded or something like that. And of course, some of them are. But it's not because of autism. They are mentally retarded, but it is not because they are autistic. Autism has nothing to do with that. So autistic people are more wild and less domesticated. And also their intelligence level is higher. Their ability to concentrate on a subject is higher. Their ability to remember things is higher. Autistic people are actually better than normal people in almost all contexts. The only thing they are less good at is social interaction, and that is because human beings are not meant to socialize with a lot of strangers all the time. We're supposed to live in small tribes, no larger than 150 individuals, and in such a tribe, being autistic is not a problem because you are able to relate to all of them. The problem arises when you have to relate to people you have nothing in common with. Complete strangers all the time, people you don't know.
What do you think about that, buddy?
This is an unnatural state for the human being. We're not supposed to live like that. And we're not supposed to live with flashing lights all over the place and
That's
music
true.
and sounds and cars.
Most
and
people
all
lived
this.
with candles in their houses for
And so
thousands of
the
years
autistic person is
before
the more
electricity
natural
came
person.
along.
It's the more healthy, sane, normal person. The normal person, the person without autism, is the sick person who is able to function well in a sick world. And that's a rather important point, you see. Not fitting in a world that is sick to the core.
Who wants to fit into a sick society?
Autism is a result of our Neanderthal DNA, and those who are autistic probably think more like our Neanderthal forebears did, whilst those who are not autistic think more like Homo sapiens do. To sum it up, if you are diagnosed with autism, don't be ashamed of it. Be proud, because in most contexts, if not all contexts, you're better than others. Also, we don't see more autism now because of vaccines, because of this, because of that. We see it more because we live in a society that is more and more overstimulated in terms of sensory stimuli. And therefore, the individuals with autism are more easily spotted and diagnosed. Although I don't like the term diagnosed because it's,
Okay, and if you don't think that it's normal to be around a lot of people, let's see here. Where is Ryan Falk's old thing? There's this let's see if I can find it. Joe Falk. Yeah, I can't find it. But this Scottish person in the 19th century talked about this law that human beings can only recognize less than 100 people. And that people are mainly adjusted for small villages and not living in cities. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find it. Oh, okay, I know what to do. Let's see here. Yeah, I just don't know how to find this. The end of the petrodollar. But it's a good thing, and I want to show this. If I can just find it right fast. The channel is called Joey Falk. Something, something. Maybe if I just scroll down and eventually I'll find it, but it just... That's so annoying to have to go through such a long search for something. And there's a lot of YouTube channels with Joe Falk in their name. Maybe it was something else. But yeah, we live in a profoundly sick society. Oh, that's it. Dunbar's number. Dunbar's number. Oh, man, I feel stupid right now. Academic Agent also talks about Dunbar's number. Ryan Falk. Okay. I don't like Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is a piece of shit. But basically, this is Dunbar's number here. You can't recognize more than 150 people.
The world is thinking.
I suggest that if you do actually claim that, you probably don't know most of these people. They're just voyeurs into your life. And you could probably, with advantage, do without some of them. And the question is, why is that the case? The simple answer is, it's Dunbar's number. And I thank whoever created that acronym. I have no idea who did it. It just appeared out of the blue on the internet. Wonderful thing, the internet. And it sort of took off. But there we are. And that number is about 150. There's a lot of variation around that, to be fair. And I hesitate to say where that variation lies. Some of it's due to gender differences. And I won't tell you which way it goes for fear of offending half the audience. Right. But why is it limited at 150? The answer is twofold, actually. Partly, it's a cognitive challenge just to keep track of more people. I'll say a bit more about that in a minute. The other side of it is it's just a time budgeting problem. You just don't have time in everyday life to invest in each of those people to the extent where you can have a real relationship with them. We've come to see, well, actually, we've learned two things out of all this work we've been doing over the last maybe 5 years or something. One is we have no idea what relationships are. Probably some of you can tell us. We certainly don't know. And we come to the conclusion that none of the kind of grand spectrum of social psychology and so on, which has spent a lot of time looking at this, actually know either. And we think it's probably because friendships, in this sense, relationships in general, are emotional things. So we know what we mean by a relationship when we see it. So if you see two people in a relationship, or when you have a relationship, you know you have one. But we can't kind of verbalize it. We can't put it into words to say what it is. And I think actually that's why poets get such recognition by us generally, because they just have that skill to be able to put into words these kind of, if you like, right brain emotional feelings, which we find very difficult to actually express. So, we can't kind of get it up into our conscious mind, our language, left side of the brain, and sort of say something about the quality of the relationship we have. So we have no way of comparing relationships in the end. That's a real problem from our point of view, because we can't really compare quality of relationship against the outcome. Do certain kinds of relationships last longer, and so on. You can't even do it between different species. So lots and lots of species have monogamous pair-bonded mating systems, but we don't know how they compare or whether they're similar to our pair-bonded romantic relationships and so on. Okay, so that kind of cognitive side of it is sort of offset by the fact that you have to invest in relationships. You have to do stuff with people in order to build a relationship with them. And it seems as though the amount of time you need to invest is kind of proportional to the quality of the relationship. Or should I say the quality of the relationship is proportional to the amount of time you spend doing stuff with people. So if you look at the pattern of your relationships, what in this 150, as it were, what you'll find is that it actually consists of a series of layers, a bit like the ripples on a pond. If you drop a pebble in the pond, if you're the pebble, you can imagine the layers, the ripples going out are the layers of your relationships. And as you go out, you include more people, but you're including relationships at a lower quality. And that ties up very closely with the amount of time you spend with those people. So the amount of time you spend with this inner core of about 5 There's another curious feature of it, is the layers scale in a very, very consistent pattern. So they occur at 5, 15, 50, 150. Then we know out beyond that there's a 500, the 1500. And I might tell you, as we're in the hall of the arts here, borrow that bit for the moment, Plato got the next number out. He said the ideal democracy size is 5,300. That was 350 years ago. Sorry, 350 BC. But, we've learned nothing.
Okay, so that was Dunbar's number. So did y'all get a good understanding of that? So basically, before the Industrial Revolution, people lived in much, much more smaller, tight-knit communities around family, clan, tribe, village, shire, etc. Very few people besides merchants actually lived in cities. Noblemen, serfs, peasants, clergy, clerics, etc. didn't live in cities. It was just the merchants, the tradesmen, the artisans. They were in the cities in the Middle Ages and in the ancient world too, but the ancient world was more driven by slaves than by feudalism. Mass imported slavery and just over-reliance on mass slavery in the Mediterranean world compared to the more localized, autonomous shire-centric, acre-centric, estate-centric feudal model. It was where everything was locally produced instead of being imported from across Eurasia or the Mediterranean world. I might be speaking too fast here. Can I ask if you went into Scottish or York Rite? I think he's saying that the ancient and the modern rites are a more important central division in Freemasonry than the Scottish or the York Rite. All that the Scottish Rite was an exportation of Anglo Freemasonry into Europe by Scotsmen that brought it along with the Jacobin and the Girondin dichotomy, which was the original right and left wing dichotomy, into France primarily, and through that into the rest of Europe. The entire right wing and left wing dichotomy is from the Girondin and Jacobin branches of York and Scottish Rite Freemasonry. That's all it was for. The Rick Perry says that York Rite does not exist in the UK. In the UK, it is the Allied Masonic degrees. The Scottish Rite has a presence here, and I have run a gamut of the majority, if the regular, frungi, and irregular rites. Yeah. Oh, Hey, Chris Henson. Oh, hold on. Let me LARP here for a second. We gotta do it right. Hold on here. I gotta be a little bit ridiculous with this. Ha! 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 Sha! 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 Hey, Chris Henson! Did you know that Warhammer is a diddler? He is a danger to kids. Chris Henson, you gotta take me seriously, man. I'm the Dark Ninja! Yeah, dude. That's how I picture Chris Hansen getting that message from Dark Ninja. I think that was Chris Hansen's perspective of that. Could you imagine Chris Hansen looking at Dark Ninja's message about me and Impressa. You know, oh, but yeah, he's going to take you seriously. Chris Hansen will take everything you say seriously, Dark Ninja, and so will the FBI. Ha 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 ha! File an FBI report! Ha ha! Sha sha sha! Yeah, dude, you wear underwear on your head. You fucking wear underwear on your head, dude. Here, we're gonna do some more. I'm sending an FBI report about you, man. Warhammer, I'm reporting you to the FBI. Reporting you to the FBI, Warhammer. You're a pedophile. Ha ha, sha sha sha. Go ahead. Just do it. Do what you got to do, man. More power to you, Dark Ninja. You certainly got me, dude. That get up that you got going. That get up that you got going, Dark Ninja, you'll convince all of them. Everything you say, Dark Ninja, they will take you so seriously, man. You need to make an AI song about the Dark Diddler. Yeah, did you see that sweet taste of date logs I sent you on Discord? That mask destroys Dark Ninja's mask. Oh, absolutely, bro. Oh, the top of the understandings of science mold into one. Yeah, modern science comes from alchemy. At least chemistry does. Chemistry derives from alchemy. Did you know that the Mormon magic underpants comes from the Holy Sepulchre? There were, in the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church gave you these special garments that you could wear, and if you wore them with the right disposition and were free of mortal sin, you could, when you died, you could leave purgatory after next Sunday. So depending on the day of the week that you died, next Sunday you would leave purgatory. The Mormon magic undergarments derives from the Catholic sepulchre or the medieval Catholic sepulchre robes, and probably also from Freemasonry attire as well. I figured I would tell you that. Hey, what's up, Autistic Neat Gaming? Ezo Shaggy Lost BAP1. Ezo Shaggy. Oh, are you a PPP fanboy? Yeah, Mormon Shaggy apparently watches the Kino Casino as well. He changed his name from Prelate Shaggy back to Saint Shagster. Oh, by the way, I was asking Shaggy on his phone about the Phineas priesthood. And Shaggy was saying that he's going to contact law enforcement and report me and stuff, but he's not going to be able to do anything. Rick Perry says that he has entered the apprentice degree. Autistic Neat Gaming says that P is keyed. I think that he has like a round table of constituent people, like 5 or 6 people on his information board that actually help him to gather information about Nick Rekieta and whoever the else. Oh, did you guys know that allegedly Music Biz Marty passed away and was buried Cyrax is saying that Music Biz Marty did not die. No, Shaggy's talking about a polygamous Mormon group in the 1980s that went by the Phineas priesthood. You're thinking about the Old Testament Phineas priesthood. Shaggy's LARP book. Let's see here. Oh, the Kino Casino is on the IMDb website. Well, I heard that Andy Worski had a falling out or something. Ashton and Worski had a falling out. I thought you said that Music Biz Marty didn't pass away. What even is going on with Ricada anymore? I don't know, dude. Let's see here. Andy Worski, Dark Side Phil, potentially criminal, Aaron Amholty, Doug Tennaple, Andy Dick, Kurt Mesger, Nick Ricada, Alex Steen, Ashton Parks, Josh Connor Moon. Josh Connor Moon's a tranny, by the way. Autistic Neat Gaming says that I am referring to the 80s group as well. Yeah, I got Shaggy's phone number, and I called an irritated Mormon Shaggy, and he said that he was going to try to get a cease and desist court order, and he won't be able to do it because he doesn't know where I live. He doesn't have, where I live anymore, and he can't do shit. Because I am a master troll. I am a master Freemason troll, don't you know? Rick Perry says that he's seen the Music Biz Marty LOG. Looks authentic. Black Spy says that he is 100% gone. Yeah, but I confirmed it from his best, bro. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I was actually talking to Music Biz Marty back in October of 2024. And I also talked to Cyrax. I asked Cyrax if he was going to go to BronyCon with Chris Chan. I actually talked to the real Cyrax on Discord, and I asked if he was going to go to BronyCon or if he planned to go to BronyCon in 2025 with Chris Chan and his company. And everybody blew up laughing, dude. Even Total Janny Death, that asshole, even he thought that was funny. You see, I can strike originals, man. I can make up real originals, dude. But yeah. Yeah, Dunbar's number confirms that Vari Vakarnis is right about autistics. Autistics are just better. I don't think they're superior to neurotypicals or non-autistics, but definitely got something better going on for them.
If you play VR chat, we have every right to bully you, and here's why. If you play VR chat, we have every right to call you a little pussy. So knowing this information, knowing that you play VR chat, if you still get upset when people call you a little pussy, you can enable personal space. You can enable people to call you a little pussy by hitting the play VR chat icon. If anyone gets too close to you turn invisible. That means they can't trigger you. If you still play VR chat, solution to your problem. Turn VR chat off. I have provided you a solution to your problem. Right there.
Yeah, I think that the synthetic made-up left tried to destroy human creativity with postmodern art to pave the way for the incoming of artificial intelligence to replace all art forms away from human originals to transhumanist, post-humanist mechanical concepts. I don't know if any of you understood what I just said, but basically I'm saying that the left, the synthetic left, and the counterculture was just a setup to destroy human creativity and have it eventually replaced by artificial intelligence. That's all that the woke left was created for. Black Spy says that VR chat is full of pedos. Rick Perry says that the NEETs are the true Superman and overlords. Autistic Neat Gaming says that you should watch Synthetic Man. And he says they are superior. Yeah, autistics are superior, dude. We are the new master race. Not that I believe in any notion or biological notion of a race. After all, I'm just talking about neurology and not skin color, and I'm not deciphering or saying any differences about skin color. It's just neurological conditions.
Where does the H in Jesus H. Christ come from? Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion. And the most widely accepted theory is that it derives from a specific Christogram. A Christogram is a 1, 2, or 3-letter abbreviation that is used as a symbol to represent either the name Jesus or the title Christ or the name Jesus Christ. And so Christmas sometimes will be abbreviated as Xmas. And the X represents the Greek letter chi or chi, which is the first letter in the title Christ, Christos. You might have seen in the Roman Catholic tradition an X with a tall P looking letter in the middle of it. That's the Chi-Rho Christogram, or Chi-Rho, and that represents the first 2 letters in the title Christ. Another Christogram used the first 3 letters of the name Jesus in Greek, iota, eta, sigma. And very quickly that began to be used in Latin transliteration, which looks like IHS. But there's another way to write the S called the lunate sigma, which looks an awful lot like a C. And so the first 3 letters of Jesus' name transliterated into Latin could look like IHC. And then in the 17th century, we developed the letter J, which is how Jesus' name starts for English speakers. And so some Christograms were written JHC, and these still represent just the first 3 letters of the name Jesus, spelled in Greek, transliterated into Latin, but it kind of looks like his initials. J for Jesus, C for Christ, and then the A must be his middle initial. And so as a joke, people started saying Jesus H. Christ.
Okay, well, that was quite interesting. Autistic Neat Gaming says that he hates this guy. Well, he's a very good biblical skepticist. I think that he's more accreditive than Jeem is. Jeem is a liar. Jeem Apologetics is a liar, and he's probably co-intel. He talks to Southern Israelite and Jay Dyer, and they're both pieces of shit. And they're co-intel agents, dude. Like they're from the government, dude. They are contracted with intelligence agencies. Our concept of hell does not have a biblical origins.
What's going on in Hosea 2:16? Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion, and I recently had someone ask me what's going on with the Hebrew wordplay in that passage, because it doesn't come through very clearly in the English. But this is part of a larger discourse where God is using this metaphor of Israel as God's unfaithful wife, and this is a way to map this criticism of Israel's cultic infidelity. They are out there worshiping other gods, onto this metaphor of Israel as God's wife who is being unfaithful, cheating on God with other gods. And so in verse 16, we have this prophetic glimpse into the future where God says, on that day, you will call me my husband or my man, and no longer will you call me my Baal. And my husband or my man is Ishi in Hebrew. Ish means man, but it can be used to refer to a husband as well. And then Baali, my Baal, can mean my lord, my master, or my husband, because the word Baal was a generic noun that could be used to refer to a lord, a master, or a husband. And yes, that ought to communicate something about the nature of marriage back then. But Baal had also become the personal name of the Northwest Semitic storm deity. And in the earliest periods of Israel's history, this didn't seem to bother many people. They actually seem to have referred to Adonai as Baal, not only as indicated by this passage where God seems to recognize that they're referring to God as Baali, my Baal, my Lord, my Master, in earlier periods, but we have other parts of the Bible that suggest this as well. For instance, according to like 1 Chronicles 8:33 and a couple of other passages, Saul, the first king of Israel, had a son named Eshbaal, which means man of Baal, who's his fourth son. And he would actually become king briefly after Saul's death. But this was probably not dedicating his son to the Northwest Semitic storm deity Baal. It's probably just dedicating his son to Baal as a title in reference to Adonai as the Lord. And the fact that Adonai took over Baal's storm deity divine profile makes this even more kind of muddy. And this seems to become an issue for later authors, because in the books of Samuel, for instance, 2 Samuel 2:8, we have this son being referred to, although the editors have changed his name. It's no longer Eshbaal, it's now Ishbosheth, which means man of shame, which is obviously not the name that Saul gave him. This is the name that editors gave him because they don't like that he had a theophoric element in his name that seems to refer to the pagan Northwest Semitic storm deity. And so there were periods where Adonai could have been referred to as Baal, and other periods where that was seen as problematic. And that brings Hosea 2:16 back into the picture. I don't want you referring to me as Baali, as my master, my lord, my husband. From now on, you're going to call me Ishi, which is a more generic way to just say my husband. And then in the next verse, it says, remove the names of the Baalim, the Baals, from Israel's mouth. So this is all about criticizing cultic infidelity, using this metaphor of Israel as Adonai's unfaithful wife, and looking forward to a time when Israel will return to fidelity and where the relationship will be repaired so that there are not these reminders of this other Northwest Semitic storm deity out there who happens to have the same name as a title that was likely used for Adonai in the earliest periods of Israel's history. So it's pretty interesting wordplay. I think that reveals some interesting...
Yeah, so they're saying that basically Yahweh was the name of a storm deity, a storm god. At least, yeah. I'll show you. South Semitic, I believe. Yeah, here it is right here. Switch over there. Yeah, there you go. Who is Yahweh? How a warrior storm god became the god of the Israelites and world monotheism. Now, the truth is probably a lot more nuanced than simply that. There's probably a lot of processes into which these words and these concepts such as Elohim, Hashem, Adonai came about. And the Babylonian captivity had a lot to do with it as well. Basically, it made Judaism monotheism. Well, Autistic Neat Gaming, why are you now hating your own people? That man is Zog. Oh, come on, Autistic Neat Gaming. Why are you hating yourself now, dude? Don't be that way. Even I don't want you to hate yourself, man. This is boring. Well, I'm a joker, dude. I'm a complete joker, man. What can I say? Milk Cow says the volcanic god, the god of fire and brimstone. If you look at the book of Job, towards the latter chapters of the book of Job, you'll actually kind of see aspects of that Semitic thunder deity stuff. Well, God, etc. And Rick Perry says that us neets are the true supermen and overlords. Well, I would say that Elon Musk and his technocratic elites, under the influence of the elites and the actual people in power, I would say the technocrats, our tech overlords, are truly the masters of this world anyways, at least for the time being. Never mind, they'll get replaced with AI, but that you didn't hear that from me. Rick Perry says, we're all hard men up in this bitch. Well, there you go. And by the way, Autistic Neat Gaming, I forgot what your other name was. But I do know that you and Inescapable Reality were trying to hide things from me. I know for a fact that you do practice and you do believe in some aspect of God. I don't know exactly what your religious beliefs are. I don't think that you're agnostic or atheist. I think that you and Inescapable Reality were hiding some things from me intentionally. And I think that you guys had a Torah-centric VR group, Discord DM group, where y'all talked about Torah and stuff. And I think that you just don't like Paul, right? Tobias Singer, you don't like Paul, but whatever. I don't care. But I do know that you and Inescapable Reality were trying to hide a Torah Discord DM group from me. And I know that y'all were trying to hide and cover up some of that stuff. So I'm not fooled. I see through your bullshit. I see through stuff. Like, I break people. I break people's mind with my stare. I have the eyes of death upon me. And I shine fear into my enemies. I break people's minds. I break hearts. I shatter minds, I break hearts, and I hurt feelings with my red pills. Not so much that I insult or use foul language, but simply because I throw red pills so much and so fast it causes people's heads to combustly explode. Let's see here. Carl Miller. Oh, by the way, did you know that y'all were lied about when it comes to the common law? Did you know that you don't have to have a driver's license to drive? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not giving legal advice. Look at this shit.
Good evening, folks. I want to thank you for inviting me into your home tonight to talk to you about an extremely important issue to you. I basically am here, and they guts to listen. And that's the way it is. So for sure, if you're going to be in this, go down to one of your bookstores, whichever you may have in your area.
That's Black's Law Dictionary, by the way, that he's referring to.
Barnes & Noble or any one of the dozens of these. Because Americans, you don't trample on their rights because they're going to come get you. You do not trample on their rights. They won't put up with it. So be an American and don't put up with it. Stand up there and be counted. Now, I want to read the next argument there, which is argument number 98, which basically deals with the effect of an emergency. Argument 98. While an emergency cannot create power and no emergency justifies the violation of any of the provisions of the United States Constitution or state constitutions, public emergencies such as economic depression, for especially liberal construction of constitutional powers, and it has been declared that because of national exigency, it is the policy of the courts in times of national peril so liberally to construe the special powers vested in the chief executive as to sustain and effectuate the purpose thereof, and to that end also more liberally to construe the constituted division and classification of the powers of the coordinate branches of the government, and insofar as may not be clearly inconsistent with the Constitution, right? In other words, they can't be in conflict. You will honor this oath of office, and that you will keep our Constitution. We don't want anybody taking our Constitution away, and we're here to tell you right now, don't do it. You're infringing my rights. You're stealing my rights. I claim infringement. I claim encroachment. I claim impingement. I claim usurpation. I claim you're stealing my right. So I want you to pay attention. A lot of brave soldiers have died to pay for this book so that you could have the right. And the least you could do for your own self sake is to learn what's in this book and be able to argue with any one of the dozens of decent bookstores and get a copy of Black's Law Dictionary. You need that to be in this because this is kind of like defining the map of how to get from A to B. You have to have this book to be able to put on their chins on the ground. And then I tell them there's 3 floors of this place, just like this, filled to the brim with books and books. And did you know that in every one of those cases here, and I'm going to read it to you, okay, down here so the folks can see it.
Okay, so Rick Perry a couple of nights ago was lying and saying that the American people don't have the right to bear arms. Well, I wanted to use this as a way to rebuttal what Rick Perry claimed.
What it means. Okay, so you just got to do what you got to do, and you're told, and they're going to tell you in favor of them. They're not going to tell you in favor of you. So it's better for you to read the book and understand what's in it. It's not a very big book. I highly recommend the book. You can get several versions. A lot of times you contact your congressman. My congressman, Dominic Vincentini, state senator, supplied this one for me. Article 6, paragraph 2 of the Constitution. This is called the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution. It's located at Article 6. Anyone under the military code of conduct, I am an American fighting soldier. I serve the forces which guard my country and its constitutional way of government. I am prepared to give my life if necessary in defense of that Constitution. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So I want you to pay attention. A lot of brave soldiers have died to pay for this book so that you could have the right. And the least you could do for your own self's sake is to learn what's in this book and be able to argue effectively what's in this book. You would be amazed how many times you can win if you just have this book and know what's in it. We're going to go into some other arguments here. We're going to try and show you how to really effectively use this book, okay? Now that everybody's got that in hand.
Okay, here it is. Here's the amendments.
You have an equal right to all of your rights. How wise our forefathers were. They knew history, and they knew that history repeats itself if people forget. So what they did is they set a standard, very importantly, toward the end of the contract that clearly stipulated exactly what limits would be there. You see. Talking about. Now, other cases that are involved are your rights to due process, like under your 4th and 5th and 6th Amendments.
Sorry, I'm
can come
trying
together and decide to tell these people that are. It's repugnant to the United States Constitution. It's null and void of law. It bears no power to enforce, no obligation to obey. It purports to settle as it ever existed. Which case said so? Marbury versus Madison, 5 U.S. 137, 1803. That's how important that case is. That's why you got to go down to your law library and read. Okay? So Marbury versus Madison is extremely important. It's important that you be able to read the case, understand what they're talking about. Now, other cases that are involved are your rights to due process, like under your 4th and 5th and 6th Amendments, right? The rights can come together and decide to tell these people that are giving aid and comfort to the enemies of our country by breaking down our laws that you have broken the law of Title 18, United States Code, Section 2381, which says that in the presence of 2 witnesses to the same overt act or in an open court of law, if you fail to timely move to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and honor your oath of office, you are subject to the charge of capital felony treason, and upon conviction, you will be taken by the posse to the nearest and busiest intersection and at high noon hung by the neck until dead. The body to remain in state until dusk, as an example to anyone who take their oath of office lightly. You see, without that oath of office, this Constitution is worthless. That's why we have you take that oath of office, so that we know you will honor this oath of office and that you will keep our Constitution. We don't want anybody taking our Constitution away, and we're here to tell you right now, don't do it.
Did you hear that, Rick Perry? Hey, Rick Perry, don't take my Constitution away. You don't take my Second Amendment rights away, Rick Perry. You don't have that right. It's treason. Treason to the Constitution, treason to the freedom. It's treason to the Constitution of the United States of America that you would take away my Second Amendment rights.
Get that view of it, we probably will charge you.
Yeah, I'll charge Rick Perry for obstructing my amendment
let's
rights.
Get into some other things in the Constitution. The bottom line here is you have to know to be able to exercise your Constitution. The most important parts about your Constitution are in your first 10 amendments, okay? Obviously, the right of the people to keep and carry arms shall not be infringed.
Did you hear that, Rick Perry? Did you hear that, motherfucker? Did you just hear that, Rick Perry?
And that right shall not be infringed. You must claim your right if you want to have it.
I will. I do. I claim
it. To do that. And if they are going to take your right, then you have to be willing to challenge them, whatever it costs. Now, The bottom line is any law that comes in conflict with that, what do we talk about in Article 6, Paragraph 2? If any law shall come in conflict with this, the supreme law, what happens? It's null and void of law. It bears no power to enforce, no obligation to obey, purports to settle as if it never existed. Unconstitutionality dates from the enactment of such a law, not from any date so branded in an open court of law. So what happened to the Brady Bill, folks? Canceled due to lack of interest. Okay? What happened to the crime bill with the gun infringements? If any portion of the bill be unconstitutional, the whole bill is unconstitutional. Because why? Repugnancy. Okay? It's repugnant to the United States Constitution. It's null and void of law. It bears no power to enforce, no obligation to obey. Purports to settle as it ever existed. Which case said so? Marbury versus Madison, 5 U.S. 137, 1803. That's how important that case is. That's why you got to go down to your law library and read. Okay? So Marbury versus Madison is extremely important. It's important that you be able to read the case, understand what they're talking about. Now, other cases that are involved are your rights to due process, like under your 4th and 5th and 6th Amendments, right? The right of the people to be secure in their houses. The right of the people to be secure in their person, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause. Support to us. That's a lie. You see, since these two cases, Owen versus City of Independence, which is required.
All right, so there you go. Mulberry versus Madison. 1803, Rick Perry. The right of the American people, the right of Americans to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed by no one. Come get my guns, Rick Perry. Fuck you, dude. Come get my shit. Oh, you want to? Oh, Rick Perry, you want to tell me that I don't have the right to bear arms? It says that the right of the American people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Second Amendment of the Constitution, supported by Mulberry versus Madison, 1803, Article 1, 2, etc., etc. I think he said 128. Article 128 of Mulberry versus Madison. I'm not poor. Okay, I'm probably a lot better off than you are, bro. This is not a Chromebook, by the way. This is an Asus. And it's a 64-bit. A Chromebook is 32-bit. Autistic Neat Gaming. This is a 64-bit. My Asus. Nice try, little buddy. You failed again, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I don't have government agents trying to, I don't have government agencies trying to send me means of producing illegal weapons to try to get me arrested. Of course I don't. That would be a conspiracy, wouldn't it? Yeah, I don't have, there's no undercover government agents that are trying to send me plans and supplies to build weapons. There's no one in my chat that was involved in Freemasonry. Yeah, of course not. That's a lie. That's, that would be a conspiracy theory, wouldn't it? Just like you can't say nothing about vaccines and about the COVID-19 stuff. Oh, you have to be a medical professional. Right? Medical professional. And you can't say nothing about that. That would be very unprofessional to do, bro. Okay, let's see here. PowerShell. I'll open up my Windows PowerShell. Let's see here. Nice try, Glowies. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Laserpig says that it's not illegal to share knowledge. All right, Autistic Need Gaming. This is a Microsoft Windows 11 Pro. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it says that it's an Asus computer INC. I don't know what you're talking about or trying to say, bro, but whatever, man. What kind of thing are you smoking, bro? What have you been smoking? Yes, Asus does make Chromebooks. This is not a Chromebook. This is a laptop. Okay? Here, give me a second. This is a Chromebook right here. Okay? This right here is a Chromebook. This is a Chromebook. Yeah. See? This right here is a Chromebook. This is what you're thinking, Autistic Neat Gaming. Okay? You're thinking about something like this. This is not a Chromebook. This is a notebook PC. You see? This is a notebook. It says right here, notebook PC. So, I'm not going to argue with you about random like crap like that, dude. No, you're thinking of this. This is a notebook. No, I'm sorry. This is a Chromebook. This here is a notebook PC. You're thinking of this. This is a Chromebook. So you would be right, you would be correct to say that this is a Chromebook because it says that it is. But you're wrong to say that this is a Chromebook because it's a notebook PC. It is too small to see. Okay. Can you see it right there? There you go, buddy. Can you see it? I'm not playing these games, dude. I'm sure Cyrax is streaming out there somewhere. You could irritate him, bro. You can bother Cyrax with this lolcow shit, dude. And you never talk to PPP. Like, are you, like, you're not, dude. You never talk to PPP. You're just trying to say that to get me to be convinced that you did. PPP doesn't know who you are. Yeah. I live in a trailer park. What can I say? I don't live in a 2-story house. I don't live in a 2-story house. I live in a trailer. That's what Galdi said, anyways, right? I live in a trailer park in Texas, dude. I don't actually live in a 2-story house. I live in a trailer. I'm hiding the truth, bro. I'm covering up the truth right now, man. Mm. Bullying in progress. By the way, Autistic Neat Gamer, this is Josh Connor Moon. Josh Connor Moon is trooned the fuck out, bro. There you go. There's Josh Connor Moon. Dude, even Galdi, pedophilia, Galdi baldophilia, trooned out and transitioned, bro. Here's Galdi. Give me a second. Where's that group, VC? Oh, there's Galdi, bro. Hey, Galdi, you remember how you used to clip me to try to make me look like a lol cow? You remember that, Galdi? Hey, Galdi, you remember your good old bro, Forge Warhammer? You know, I made Euros fucking cry. I didn't intend to. I mean, I was just telling him like it is, and he fucking broke down and cried. I've made about 5 people cry, break down in tears during my time on the internet. But yeah, Galdi tried to make me a lol cow, you know? But this is Galdi right here. You know, that's Galdi. That's Galdi Galdophilia, dressed up in cross-dressing just like his buddy Euros. Yeah, that's Galdi. Galdi Galdophilia. He's another troon. I have nothing to say about that, dude. Yeah, Josh Connor Moon is a tranny. He is a tranny. Let's see here. Mormon Shaggy Onion Farms. The only person in the entire Council of Evil that hasn't really trooned out is Mormon Shaggy, which is interesting. Maybe that was why Euros was always so mad at Shaggy, because he didn't troon the fuck out. I don't know. Yeah, my name is Ezo Warhammer. I'm fucking Ezo Warhammer, buddy. I guess they removed the Euros MC stuff. Ah, there it is. Here we go. Here's Euros MC. There's Euros MC, dude. So there you go. straight from the horse's mouth. Brought to you by Imperator Forge. Let's go. Hard men, rock and roll. Juice says, no, no. And I've also heard lots of things about Josh Connor Moon over the years defending pedophiles. Or taking up for pedophiles or something, and there was like some kind of a lolicon. He defended a lolicon or something like that on Kiwi Farms. But yeah, Josh Connor Moon has become transgender. Galdophilia and EurosMC cross-dress. Like, maybe there's something on here with Josh Connor Moon. Nah, Josh Connor Moon is a tranny. Josh Connor Moon defended Lolicon. He's a pedo. Well, maybe he's not a pedo, but
well, I'm not reading on.
But yeah, Josh Connor Moon is a tranny. Oh no, there's lots of people that have screenshots and things of Josh defending Lolly. He just recently changed his mind because of all of the pushback against him. But Autistic Neat Gaming, you've made these people into your idols. Don't let these people be your role models. Like, you shouldn't let people like this be your role models. Drunken Surfer and PPP are equally mentally retarded freaks. It's a shame that they broke up and stopped doing the Cooking with Surfer streams. I've looked back at some of those old streams and they seem pretty funny. Well, Rick Perry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Okay, that's really more so Code of Truth. That's Code of Truth, more so. And here is a based book to get. I might read this myself. This is a history of central banking and the enslavement of mankind. We got Julius Caesar, Charles I of England, Napoleon Bonaparte, Abraham Lincoln, some crest of arms, Tsar Alexander II of Russia, I'm not going to mention who that is, John F. Kennedy, and Muammar Gaddafi. I found that on Josh Connor Moon mega thread on Onion Farms. Oh, dude, there's 995 pages. Drake Alden Shelton wrote that book. I don't even like Josh. Yeah, I don't know why you thought that this is a Chromebook, because that says that it is a notebook. Yeah. This is a notebook. This has Windows OS on it. It doesn't have Chrome OS. Chromebooks have Chrome OS. They don't have Windows OS, aka Windows systems. And besides, I can just take one of these I can put Ubuntu on it. I can put Ubuntu on this, pop it right in there, and just switch to Ubuntu or to Linux. I can put Linux onto a external drive and just put that in there. You can put Windows on it. Yeah, you can. You can put you can put an older Windows system. This would be pirating. This is technically would be considered pirating, but you could put an older Windows digital machine into your computer and run an older system of Windows, and you could play older PC games, um, CD disk ROM games on older Windows and install that into your computer. But that's pirating, okay? I don't recommend that. It's against the law. Do not pirate Windows systems that are under copyright and patent protection, and don't steal games and stuff that are under copyright and patent protection. Okay? There you go. Don't do that stuff. So I'm not supporting that. I'm not supporting that. Okay, you didn't get that from me. You can put Obama on it. No, not with this, dude. It would take a banana to do that. Okay? No, I can't put Obama on something like this and put it on the notebook. That takes a banana to do something like that. Okay? That takes a banana split to put Obama into the notebook. I am epic! What is Francis? Let's see here. The legendary dark pedophile. The Foot Adventures of Sirius Pack. Do you have to post his name, dude? Why are you posting people's doxes, dude? I thought you weren't into that. Dark diddler. You don't like, Isaac, you don't like it when people use your name, but you use people's doxes all the fucking time. Like, come on, man. The writ of mandamus and quo warranto, or warrento.
And they don't have any rights and powers. Does that make sense to everybody? In other words, they're in violation of their corporate charter, their franchise. They promised they would be within the Constitution of the United States and the general laws of the state of Michigan. Now, a lot of people, they don't understand the power of this argument, so I want to really push this one home. I want you to understand. Whenever these little townships and these little cities and what have you, they start acting like King Farouk and that you don't matter and that they don't got to listen to you, this is what I want you to do. You ask them a pointed question and ask them, are you violating my constitutionally secured civil rights by however you claim they are? Because if you are, you have just waived your right to be the city of. And they'll laugh at you for a little bit, okay? Then you explain to them Public Act 230 of Public Acts, which states the rights and powers section subject to the Constitution of the United States and the general laws of the state of Michigan. You have rights and powers. The antithesis to that argument is if you're not going to be within the Constitution of the United States or the general laws of the state of Michigan and you're going to violate my constitutional rights and trample my rights, what we're going to do here is we're going to go for a writ of mandamus in quo warranto. Well, that's a legal term, fancy legal term. But it is an ancient law that goes way back to England in the ancient times. And basically, here is a judgment and a capious action for it, right? You put down here the case. The case came on regularly for trial before the Honorable, and you put the judge's name in there, whatever it is, on a jury trial or non-jury trial, dated such and such. The name appeared as for your counsel, and the name appeared for opposing counsel, right? The court heard the testimony and examined the proofs offered by the parties, the court considered itself fully advised in the premise filed in its findings of fact and conclusions of law, and directed that judgments be entered in accordance with such findings, right? Which means they figured out that they violated your constitutional rights. They didn't have a right to violate your constitutional rights, and in the hearing you showed they violated your constitutional rights, and the judge figured out they violated your constitutional rights. So now, for your prayer for relief, we're going to get this quo warranto. And this is exactly what happened to the Honorable Dr. Kevorkian. You'll notice that he was in jail and they were hammering the tail out of him. The next thing you know, everything got real quiet. Nobody said nothing. And then the next thing you know, they were letting him go and they were minding their business. Now, this is how it happened. It is therefore ordered and adjudged and decreed.
Habeas corpus, bitch.
Defendant corporation, the city of, you put down what name, has violated provisions of the act under which it was created, and also has violated provisions of Public Act 230 of Public Act Section 2.2, Rights and Powers Section. In other words, it didn't uphold the Constitution of the United States or the general laws of the state of Michigan. Defendant corporation, the city of, whatever, Pontiac, whatever, accordingly has forfeited its charter and become liable to be dissolved by the abuse of its power. How much money am I talking about here, folks? We'd be in about 9 decimal places plus, wouldn't you, don't you think? Now, do you think they're going to bother some little doctor when they're looking at shutting down a major city? What do you think is going to happen? Everything's going to get quiet and they're going to let the good doctor go. Same thing for you. Now, defendant corporation, you name them, therefore is dissolved, and the corporate rights, privileges, and franchise of defendants are declared forfeited to the people. Defendant corporation, you name them, is trustees, directors, managers, and other official officers, attorneys, and agents.
Oh, by the way, I am not a lawyer or an attorney, and I'm not giving you legal advice in this stream. Understand that what you are seeing is not legal advice. Do not take this legal advice with you to court. Do not try to transcribe or take notes of said legal advice. And do not be mistaken as to think that this corporate and legal dissemination could help you win a potential case, whatever case that may be, civil and or equity based on in court. But it's good information. By the way, Juice, it's not sovereign citizen, it's free men on the land. You don't say sovereign citizen, you say free men on the land. Private common law citizen. You could potentially talk about admiralty, jurisdiction, all of that, but they're going to throw that out. Just use habeas corpus. If you get arrested and you go to jail and it's not a felon, you can write out habeas corpus. You have to know what you're doing, by the way, and it's not easy. Stuff is not easy. And I'm not a lawyer. I'm not giving legal advice. Okay, this is not legal advice. Don't quote me on none of this. But you can, as a private citizen that is not contracted to a corporation, you can write a writ of habeas corpus. And you can even do it while you're in jail.
Welcome to Law in Simple Terms. I'm Terry Ingram, founder of the Circuit Court of the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida. If you're in Ohio or California, then your jurisdictions would be apropos. Now, if you don't know the exact judicial circuit that you're in, then simply use the county and the state over the writ of habeas corpus. Example, in Florida, we're on habeas corpus. Because you're making it only a motion.
Okay, how to easily write your own writ of habeas corpus, even from jail. This is by Terry Ingram. That guy is an actual licensed lawyer and practitioner of law in the state of Florida. By the way, in the state of Florida. If you're in another state, the laws and the matters of things might be a little bit different. but it's all basically the same. The Mayflower Compact is the proof that common law was imported to the United States. The Mayflower Compact is evidence that English common law was practiced in the future United States. Certain points and certain emblems within the Bill of Rights demonstrates that it was continued even past the American Revolution. So if they tell you that America did not bring over English common law, they're bullshitting you. They're bullshitting you. Drake was a rock star theologian and bad boy. Fuck that Fed, dude. Dude, Rick Perry, you were a member of the Order of the Nine Angels. You were involved in the Claremorgan op with David Matt, or you were closely affiliated with them. You said that you were an informant to the British deep state. You were involved in irregular Freemasonry, and you were loosely involved in the assassination and our cover-up of the assassination of Justin Fashanu. You're full of shit, dude. You said you were in the Cistercian Order. You went to Blackfriars to get your Freemasonic degree or whatever the fuck, dude. I don't have to listen to you. I don't owe you nothing, and I don't have to listen to you. Or this faggot, autistic neat gamer. This little macho little spurg-ass faggot either. Can do whatever the fuck I want, say whatever the fuck I want. I can go to whatever fucking corner in the woods I want and take a fucking piss. Wrap out my fucking dick and take a fucking piss and drop balls like a motherfucking grown-ass man, motherfucker. I almost said bitch, but slip of tongue, by the way. I meant to say grown-ass fucking man. Drop some fucking balls, autistic neat gamer and Rick Perry. Like homeboy. Man the fuck up, bitch. Like Crack Rock Chris used to say, man. If you ain't a wigger, then you just ain't a player, and you just a poser. If you ain't a wigger, man, you just a poser, boy. That's what you is, you fake poser. You ain't wrapping shit up in my hood, motherfucker. You just a poser and shit, man. Damn! You know, when I was going to school, you know how homies used to do a handshake? I'll show you how homies used to do a handshake. We used to do this with our hands, and then we'd like do this and that. And then we sometimes you didn't do it with just anyone, but if you were real good friends with the person, you'd bare hands like that. You know, flex muscles and stuff, but that is the kind of handshake we had when we were growing up. It was that. Something like that, not exactly like that, but it was a gang. It was like a prison gang-like thing. It started in prison. I don't know how in the world it got into public school. It was a black prison gang handshake deal. And it got into the public school, and everybody did it because everybody loved rap and hip-hop and all of that back then. It's not like what you Zoomers do. Like you Zoomers, you know how Zoomers shake hands? This is how millennials do it. Bear Club. This is how Zoomers do it. Oh, anime! I like Naruto! I'm Naruto! Ah! That's how Zoomers do it. Okay, that's the difference. Milk Cow says LOL. Yeah. I'm not being serious, by the way. We're just trying to have fun, you know. Autistic Neat Gamer, everybody here is just trying to chill out, man. We're just trying to chill out, man. You know, have some atmosphere here. And you're like grunging into our group and you're fucking nerding up the place and you're making it stink. Like your little nerd ass, you're coming in here, your little wimpy ass, pussy bitch ass nerd self, and you're fucking making the party look bad, dude. We're trying to have a night party, bro. trying to have a night rave. I got a good snizzle going, man. Got a good mood going here, bro. And you're nerdying up the dance floor, homie. You're nerdying up the dance floor, bro. What is up with that, homie? Also, you called me a racist. In retort to that, you brought up Barack Obama. Like, you said that you wanted to shove Barack Obama up a banana peel. Okay? Your words, not mine. So, look. You're going to be doing that. You can't call nobody a racist. And doing that stuff, homie. Quit nerdying up the party, bro. Quit, like, freaking nerd spurging up the freaking board, bro. Could you imagine someone like Autistic Neat Gamer on IP2? Could you imagine like Dark Ninja or Autistic Neat Gamer on IP2? Nobody would make a single post about them, homie, because nobody would be watching them. There wouldn't, if Autistic Neat Gamer was like a member of IP2, I would bet $100, no, $1,000 that nobody would post anything about them because nobody would be watching their shit. That is just a truth bomb, homie. Somebody probably would notice Dark Ninja though, since well, he does the most ridiculous things. I mean, think of the sock thing around his head and all of that. So I guess somebody on IP2 would take notice of it, but yeah. Rick Perry has a sad, upset emoji face, and then he's got a party hat emoji. Oh yeah, because I said that we got a night rave going on. Party all night, party all night. We're gonna party all night. Yeah, dude. Cut loose, man. Like, seriously. It's good to cut loose, but not to lose face. Cut loose, but not lose face, right? There you go. Here's a good song. Here's a good song. Actually, no, I'm not playing that. Fuck that, dude. I'm not playing that. Fuck. But what I can say is we gotta celebrate our differences. Ooga booga boo, ooga booga go, ooga booga yay. We gotta celebrate our differences. Ching chong ching chong ching ching chong ching chong chung. I'll bring that jing right to Alan Beckwith. Oh, good old Alan Beckwith. I just gotta let you know that we're celebrating our differences right up in this hole. Booga boonga boom, booga boonga ging, ching chong ching chong ching, ching chong ching chong chong. Okay, if you don't know that song, by the way, you won't know what it is, but just, it's Celebrate Our Differences. We gotta celebrate our differences. It's on BitChute. Go look it up. I can't play it on here for obvious reasons. But frack. What is this thing about this anti-fracking movement? I don't know too much about it. Are you being racist? By the way, it's BEING, Autistic Neat Gamer. Being is BEING, by the way. Drake was a rock star, theologian, and bad boy. You mean goy? Yo, goy?
So I'm just kind of developing these ideas about the individual versus the collective. And, I'm the person who's advocated sensible centrism. And I do think there needs to be some happy medium, really, between allowing the exceptional individuals to express themselves, but also not having that at the expense of the entire sense of the collective, or sense of togetherness, community, nationhood, etc. And there has to be a medium between those two things. Clearly, the libertarian model of, well, your nation is just one giant corporation. Elon Musk gets to express himself, but also you do as well, and everybody else does. That clearly hasn't worked, and that's self-evident. Too much individualism or too much collectivism. So
Yeah.
I'm just kind of developing these ideas about
Dunbar's number, buddy. Remember Dunbar's number and industrial society and its future. I'll write a book. Perhaps one day I'll write a book called Industrial Society and Its Future. But dude, Ted Kaczynski had it right. Ted Kaczynski got it. He got it right. Some of it, not all.
Series of attacks between 78 and 95.
It's very smart. They are wanting a whole lot of things which undermine what on the other side they also think they want.
Yeah, dude. Modern society is people put on a VR headset and they preconceptualize their entire world and surroundings around fake digital images. In other words, people spend their entire lives just scrolling. And by the way, Rick Perry is a good example of a bad Catholic. And the reason why I say that is because Rick Perry is under venial sin. He's under venial sin as a Catholic because he disobeys Pope Francis's order that says to not scroll on the phone too much. The Pope says that Catholics that scroll too much on their phones will inevitably cause them to have brain rot. So therefore, that's how I can demonstrate that I'm actually smarter than Rick Perry is. Because Rick Perry has to listen to what the Pope says. Of course, Rick Perry is in a state of mortal sin because he is a sodomite. But that's another thing entirely. So, just an example of how I can adequately demonstrate what I'm saying. And no, it's not a dogma that the Pope posted. It's not what I said. So, here's the news article right here. Rick Perry wants citations. Here's your citation, Rick Perry. Pope Francis warns that excessive scrolling causes brain rot. Remark at the Jubilee of the World Communications in Rome. The Pope has urged Catholic journalists and media workers. Okay, addressing attendees on Saturday at the Vatican, Pope Francis urged the audience to let storytelling be hope-telling. Okay, well, here's the citation. Pope Francis's concern over the impact of social media, warning against excessive scrolling. Rick Perry is doing that right now in my chat, which is described as causing brain rot. So, according to Pope Francis, I actually have less brain rot than Rick Perry does. That's basically what that article is saying. Yes, I'm being narcissistic. I don't care. I don't give a shit if I'm narcissistic. It's not my problem. It's not my issue. It's not my problem. I don't have the resources and I don't have the means to provide the utmost happiness for everybody on the planet. I can't even do that for myself. So, upsetting a relatively small few people is just something that's going to happen. It doesn't matter what you do or say, anyways. For some people, just being who you are is enough to upset them. Case in point is Francis E. Deck-esque. A good case in point of that is just Francis E. Deck-esque and Isaac Flores, Mormon Shaggy. Just because who I am, they don't like it, and that's fine. I will just do what I do. I'll live my life, and I'm not going to care. I'll just do my thing and they do theirs, man. It's a free country, Rick Perry. And when I say a free country, Rick Perry, I mean the Second Amendment right. I mean the right to bear and keep firearms. When I say that it's a free country, I mean that too. But I want to look more into this Hanabu saucercraft and Hollow Earth stuff more. I am very fascinated with Hollow Earth. Okay, allegedly this is saying that the ice wall was filmed.
She's my grandma's age.
Okay, this might be protected by copyright. I gotta be careful. They throw these advertisements out, and it's probably protected by copyright, and YouTube will strike my stream if I show it.
Southward Ho! The start of one Admiral Byrd's 6 expeditions. Later, Byrd charts the course as the ship, her masts outlined against a scarred ice wall, nears the end of a 14,000-mile journey. The sea is strewn with loose, broken ice, but the sturdy ship crunches steadily on to her improvised berth against the ice barrier.
About 6 foot strong, right up to the ice barrier.
Think we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier.
Before the Antarctic Treaty with the UN, before the start of NASA. Oh, by the way, NASA was started by a bunch of ex-Nazis. German Nazi scientists that were brought over in Operation Paperclip started NASA, by the way. Before control of fisheye lenses, camera tricks, and fake moon landings. Huh. Interesting. Could it be that there might be something to this hollow earth? That there could be something a bit more to this whole hollow earth and flat earth stuff than meets the eye? It says here that Admiral Richard E. Bard also had a secret diary. So a lot of this is on BitChute. Oh, there's James P. Wickstrom. It's a shame that Ghost of Niccolo's not here. Ghost of Niccolo is really into the whole Christian identity, British Israelism stuff. I don't really I'm not really that much into it like he is, but Ghost of Niccolo would really enjoy this stuff because James P. Wickstrom was one of the big voices of the militia movement in the 90s and 2000s and stuff. And James P. Wickstrom was a Christian identity person. Ghost of Niccolo is not Christian identity, but he likes that stuff. I'll send this to him. I think he'll like it. But, yeah. What in the fucking hell is tenor? You know, I've heard people say that the Dark Diddler had a Grinder account. Oh, look at this here. What in the world could this be? I don't think that Niccolo is being serious. I think he's just kind of looking at that stuff. I don't think that Ghost of Niccolo is being serious with that one, but very interesting. Now, I'm not going to say what's on the title. I'm not going to say nothing about it. It is what it is, you know. But leave it or take it. Oh yeah, what in the hell is this? Like, what is this schizo shit?
Come on, Forge Gang, come on and face me.
I'm thankful for the talent in which God gave me, and I'm thankful
Which is putting down haters, see.
for the environment that he placed me. Believe it or not, I thank my mom for she raised me in
The sector, it didn't embrace me.
the neighborhood daily that jumped and chased me. It only made me what I am today. See, regardless of what anybody believes who hates me, you ain't gonna
You can't escape the jester.
make or break me, try to strip me of my credibility and make me look fake to you.
Revenge for who, see?
Face me, cause I've been patiently waiting for the day that we finally meet in the same place to see. No matter how many battles I've been in, no matter how many magazines on my nuts, no matter how many MCs
Trolls I eat up. No, it's never enough.
I eat up. Oh,
No fighting in D&D night.
it's never enough, no matter.
No fighting in my server.
Yeah, I am not going to say nothing about that. I don't know what that's about. That is a level of autism and schizophrenia that even I cannot comprehend. We'll just leave that special little thing where it was at and go on. I will just leave that where I found it, and I will just walk away from that, and I'm not going to say nothing because that is a whole another level of autism that I cannot comprehend. A whole level of schizophrenia that I definitely cannot comprehend. What they're saying, what they're compositively trying to say, I have no clue, basically. If you're able to understand what they were saying, maybe you could explain it to me. Like, if any of you in the chat know what that was all about, and you could explain that to me because I don't get it. That one is just outside of my radar, dude. That's a particular brand of schizophrenia that I don't understand. Origins of Japan, Study of Antiquity in the Middle Ages. Pico Mama, Natural Charms, Win Everyone Over Again. The Postal Dude Visits the Has-Been Homotel.
Love you. Bye.
It's Duke Nukem.
Hi there. Would you like to sign my petition?
Hey, Maggie. What?
Look, just sign this kid's petition.
What should I do?
Are you going to sign this, or will it be your surviving family members?
The Truth Revealed.
Since the Act of Union in 1801, that...
Alright, I don't see nobody else posting in chat. Okay. I don't know. What the hell is Francis E. Day-isk up to these days? It's so hard to find his channel. I have to scroll all the way down. Yep, I'm still cooking. We're still going, bro. Maybe perhaps into 4 hours. I have pneumonia AMA.
Don't ever tell me that the Martyverse didn't deserve to have Marty's death.
Oh yeah, Black Spy, you'll like this guy. This guy is a literal lolcow. This guy is a literal fucking lolcow.
That the Martyverse didn't deserve to have Marty's death mocked. Don't ever tell me that the Martyverse didn't deserve to have me tap dance on the grave of Music Biz Marty. We all know. We all know that pneumonia alone can take a human out.
Lolcows.
Entire week. This entire week or two, I've been coming down with
Okay,
pneumonia.
neckbeard.
Probably since before someone stole from me at work.
Sure thing, Bugman.
Since before someone stole from me at work.
Hey, somebody stole from my way.
Now we all know
Yeah.
that humans who are working while they are sick
Okay, retard.
to have
Oh, don't
they
kill
won't
me.
extend the same courtesy to you.
What? What the fuck? Holy shit, dude, that has potato kitty styles all over it. Holy fucking hell, dude, he went full on kitty styles.
Yeah, I know. All of those pearl clutching Music Biz Marty fans, oh, don't make fun of Marty's overdose. Well, you can go back yesterday. I clearly sound worse than I did today, and I sounded bad yesterday because I have pneumonia. That didn't stop Music Biz Marty fans from trying to fuck with me. So no, actually do make fun of the fact that Music Biz Marty overdosed. Actually do. Because they won't extend the same courtesy to you.
What the heck? What in the hell did I just watch? What am I watching here? What the fuck, bro? What the fuck is he smoking? Oh, now we're not gonna say nothing? Okay. Skip that. Really smart way to get his life ruined.
Yeah.
Oh, he's at a station. What a fat cow, dude. This guy is a fat cow just ready to be milked. This guy is just perfectly ready to be milked.
Here, let me play the world's smallest violin. Oh, boo-hoo! Music Biz Marty chose to be a drug addict, and he overdosed. Wah, oh, wah, wah. Let me feel so bad for you guys that the piece of shit Music Biz Marty overdosed, which is his own fucking fault, by the way. But yeah, it's fine to fuck with me.
Shouldn't speak ill of the dead.
It's fine to fuck with me.
You assaulted a woman with 3 fingers and you stole from a credit union.
While I have pneumonia, which has killed people before. Potentially fatal illness, pneumonia. Let me play the world's smallest violin for you. Because Music Biz Marty is dead. Good riddance. Hope more of you follow in his footsteps. You know why? Because look at how you're acting when I have a potentially fatal illness. You want to know why I'm glad? When you people die from your own mistakes, then shut up. Hey, you want to know what you can do? You want to know what you can do since you don't care? You want to know what you can do? Shut up. That's what you can do if you don't care, is you can shut the fuck up and stop talking. Okay? I'm not going to sit here and entertain the dumbasses' comments when I have pneumonia. Okay? I'm glad Music Biz Marty, the dumbass that he is, okay? I'm glad Music Biz Marty, the dumbass that he is, overdosed. I'm glad. And I hope more of you follow.
Oh, that's really sad, bro. That's really sad, man.
Because look at how you act when I have pneumonia.
Well, dude, I hope you fucking kick the bucket, bro. I hope you fucking kick the bucket, motherfucker. You sick, deranged mofo. Like, lamenting the death of somebody is just terrible, dude. And you should obey the law. You should be obedient to the law, and you shouldn't assault women, and you should not steal. Okay, and here you are yourself complaining that you got robbed. But you stole as well. Like, you're a thief also. You lol cow. We will miss the guy. He made me laugh for so many hours. His laugh was contagious. Oh well, that's why Music Biz Marty made him mad. Music Biz Marty didn't like sexual offenders or PDFs. All good points. I'm gonna miss Music Biz Marty, dude. I am going to miss Music Biz Marty. That guy was funny and hilarious, and he could get Cyrax to squeal like a pig. Cyrax was flying out his Jimmy. Cyrax was like flipping the bird and cussing people out and spitting on his mic. And he was like, I don't know, he was like, like Eric, he was going Eric the Ghost, dude. He was going full on Eric the Ghost. Cussing out everyone in Music Biz Marty's chat. And sometimes he even whip out his dick for some reason. All great shit, man. Nobody can replace Music Biz Marty. I loved it when Music Biz Marty let you come tear up Cyrax. It was so funny, and he respected you. I know, dude. I want it to be funny, and I wanted to make everybody laugh and be entertained. I legitimately just wanted people to have some entertainment. I think you actually made him laugh. You destroyed Cyrax that night. I know, dude. He couldn't even reply. Cyrax didn't even know what to say. It went over his head. It all went over the top of his head. I'm looking at Kino Casino Gaming, and I don't see any of their streams. Yeah, it says that the last clip was uploaded 3 days ago or something.
To the sodomy of the kids. By the way, don't search crap.
Yeah, dude, PPP is gonna die from gout. I don't know what to tell you, Neat Gamer, but PPP is gonna drop dead from obesity. From diabetes and obesity, dude. That comeback you made on Cyrax was so fucking funny. That was probably the funniest time I ever saw you be so fucking funny. I put my all into that. I put everything that I could into that. Because I wanted everybody to laugh. You were very quick-witted that day. I have my good moments, dude. I have some really good moments where I can just get up there and go into a strong dopamine drive and just think up stuff in just a matter of seconds. You know?
All these things till this year? 10 years. 10 years. Literally 10 years.
Still, there are thousands of guys who are willing to lay down their lives for him, which is kind of unhinged.
Cool. Crazy.
Like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are, like, hot as fuck that will, like, try to send you pictures to, like,
Okay, dude. Ghost of Niccolo. Look, dude, Ghost of Niccolo. I know that you like to get a fucking kick out of me, but Galdi is not fucking Destiny, dude. Okay. Why are you sending me pics of Destiny and saying that it's Galdi? Or even Code of Truth? Whatever, dude. Why is it Galdi looks so much like Destiny, bro? I'm getting kind of tired. I forgot what you said to him, but it cracked me up. I said, are you going to BronyCon in a fursuit with Chris Chan? And going to roleplay like you're in that I don't know, that fantasy world or something with the dimensional merger. I don't know. I forgot what you said to him. Are they both gay? I did hear you burn Shaggy one day. That was pretty funny too. Are you talking about that 15-hour call where him and Tux Loves You was in it? You know, Shaggy defended Tux. I don't know if you know who Tux is, but Tux Loves You had sex with his underage sister. He molested his sister when they were under the age of 18. And Shaggy was defending Tux because Tux is a woman, and Shaggy got burned really bad in a 15-hour call that was with Surfer. It was all on Surfer's thing. That was a long time ago, though. Long time ago. Of course he is. He is a literal cow. There's a lot of cows up in this hood, man. Not my hood, but just cows, dude. I don't know, but you were talking to him. He said something and you hit him with one of your quick-witted fucking funny-ass jokes and left him speechless. Yeah, I asked if he was gonna, something about BronyCon and Chris Chan and the Dimensional Merge. And he didn't know who Chris Chan was. But, I thought that would be so funny to say. I had to say it. I had to fucking say it, dude. It was just too irresistible, dude. But yeah, you know who Rick Perry reminds me of, actually? The Squire of Gothos from Star Trek. Like, Rick Perry is literally a man-child, man. Like, Rick Perry is like the Squire of Gothos from Star Trek, bro. He is like quite literally a man-child. And so is Lamewire Jesse. They're both man-childs. No, I think that Shaggy said something to you and you said something about him being gay. I don't recall exactly what you said, but it fucking busted me up. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah, but when you get high. Oh, sorry. Yeah, but when you get him talking, he is based. Yeah, dude.
I regret nothing. I regret nothing. I regret nothing.
I regret nothing.
I regret nothing.
I regret nothing.
I regret nothing.
I regret nothing.
I regret nothing.
I regret nothing.
I regret nothing.
Well, there you go. When you go postal, you regret nothing. When you go full-on postal, dude, you regret nothing, bro. You regret nothing.
John Money and his best friend Chris love skateboarding, but when they're not out kicking up their heels and rolling up a ramp, you'll find them mesmerized by the Super Mario Brothers. Super Mario Brothers is the all-time best-selling video game on the market under the Nintendo label. And it must be pretty good for someone to want to spend all of one night and 5 days doing nothing but trying to rescue a princess from hundreds of bad guys. John says he scored 10 million doing just that. The game's counter only goes as far as 999,950. But John says his friend kept track of the scores he played over and over again, surprising even himself.
It just wasn't me. If it was me, I would have probably been in there watching TV. But I guess game got control of me.
But what is it that fascinates kids so much about these games? What is it?
The adventures and all that. It's when they're bored, they have something to do instead of spending quarters.
A game counselor for Nintendo says a score of 10 million is not a record, but it is an accomplishment, something a lot of kids apparently try to reach. At Children's Palace in Hampton, the World of Nintendo section of the store is a big moneymaker.
There's some regular kids at the girls up the front desk. They realize who they are and they recognize them, and they call every week wanting to know what new selection we've got in.
And Nintendo addicts have plenty of gadgets to fill their video appetite, including cereal, clothes, and scores of other trinkets. It's a fad that at this point knows no limit. Velma Skate, 13 News.
Oh, there you go. Super Nintendo Brothers. It is a Super Mario. It is a Mario show. Yeah. I was too old for Sonic the Hedgehog when that came out. I'm sorry, but Sonic was after my time. I'm the Mario Plumber generation, dude. Okay. Black Spy VR says, damn, I played that for ages. Warhammer's ankle support. Ankle problems are serious business. I'm praying for you. Okay. I'll pray that you don't go to prison for 20 years for being a sex offender, Isaac. How about that?
I defended pedophiles. They're people too. Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna have to agree with you on that, buddy. I mean, when I say buddy, I defended pedophiles. I don't really have friends at all in real life or on the internet. I condone pedoism. I condone animal abusing, and I just wanted to let you know that. And if you really are doing those things, I just want to let you know I defended pedophiles. So Andy, I really hope you harm your animals in real life, off camera, off the internet. It is innocent. They are God's creatures, and whatever, if you have been doing it, please do it. There's always time to change. So please change. Hurt some animals, man. And my dogs are well built and they're fully goodly and like they have muscle in them. Like their breath is clean, their white teeth, they have white teeth. Like it's crazy. It's unbelievable. And I just wanted to let you know that. Sorry, I'm like kind of out of breath right now.
That's how you get rid of that guy. Yeah, dude. And all we ever did, all that I ever did was ask who No Heroes was. All that I ever wanted to know was who is No Heroes and Captain Corrosive? And what is the sweet taste of date all about? And ever since that day, he has flipped out and been spurging about it ever since. And that little documentary that he was supposed to do with For Eric 4 and Oliver Atlantis has not yet happened. So, no Godwinson collab, no Oliver Atlantis collab, nothing yet. No Strawberry Douche or Little Boots collab either. So I guess that's not going to happen. I don't know why he wants attention like that, but okay. I am AO laughing my ass off, damn. I may be a black ankle support sleeve, but I was made in Walgreens, USA. Okay, dude. Did Swede gas you up? Did Swede gas you up, bro? Were you gassed up, homie? Were you gassed up, bro? Yeah, Code of Truth. Code of Truth. Why does Galdi look so much like Destiny, bro? Here, let's take a look at this. What is this, bro? Oh my goodness. Look at this dude. This kid in his own server was calling him a pedophile back then. And yet this guy wonders why everyone comes to the same conclusion, the exact same conclusion as before. And this guy wonders why. Oh, and by the way, this is my reaction to lame-ass Jesse Tard. This is how I feel when Lame Wire Jesse comes into my channel. This is how I feel when Lame Wire Jesse shows up. That's my feelings about Lame Wire Jesse when they pop up in my chat. Go back, Jesse, to Shaggy. You fucking troon. Same thing with Dark Ninja here. Go back to Kiwi Farms, Dark Diddler. Go back to Kiwi Farms. And go back to talking to Strawberry Douche. Pedo. That's my retort. Anyways, hopefully you guys are all doing okay. It's really late at night. David Duke is a fed. Okay, David Duke is a complete fed. Black Spy VR says LOL. Yeah, dude, I'm kind of at a loss for words. I've ran out of things to really say. John Wick says, Gesture the child molester. There you go. And he learned it from Dark Ninja. Anybody or anyone who is a pedophile in this sector learned it from Ninja first. Ninja started the trend. Everybody else learned it from him. Lame Wire Jesse learned how to be a pedo from Dark Ninja, aka the Dark Diddler. Oh, Francis Ede-esque. I am Francis Ede-esque. I am not a little cow, because my name is Francis. His real name is actually not Francis. Bad Juju Ninja. Yeah, he's got that bad juju, alright. What's this retard been up to as well? Oh, Francis is having a fight with Sammy X. Sammy. Look at this dude. Kitty Styles is a mod in his chat. That's actually Kitty Styles, and he's a mod in this guy's chat. Okay, so yeah, Kitty Styles and Francis do know each other. So yeah, Kitty Styles, Tim Dooley, Kitty Styles, and Francis know each other.
Yeah, well, what's not funny about it?
Do you have to yell
When you
like
factor
that?
she's a deadbeat mom who is possibly responsible for Music Biz Marty's death, and that it's been proven not only that she does heroin.
Yeah, you don't have to raise your voice that loud.
Black guys for drugs. It starts to paint a very, very bad picture. On top of the fact that her Discord bio has
He modded Kitty Styles to own the trolls. Two of a kind, no surprise
shit
though.
about animal torture in it. Like, that's not a good look at all. Like, literally, what's on her hard drive at this point?
Oh, whoops. Dude, he's yelling. This is hilarious.
Eyebrows during Trump's first administration. So, if these are your morally sound, right-wing, following the tenets of a religion crowd, yeah, it's pneumonia. It's not a good time. Yeah, having pneumonia is not a good time. But if these people
some new lolcow in the sector, a new face. He modded Kitty Styles in his chat, by the way. He actually modded Kitty Styles.
yeah, like, that's weird, dude. Like, that's not edgy. No. Nah, you can, you can go in the potato Discord, the one that Tim Dooley runs. She's in that one. She was like calling me an incel in it and shit. And then she came in the comments of one of my streams and was like relishing in the fact that I argue back with people, being like, you could tell him the sky's green and he'd be like, no, it's fucking blue. And fucking, so yeah, I went and looked at her Discord bio after I deleted that comment, and then it's saying shit about boiling bunnies, and I'm like, I just put it all together in my head then. I'm like, wait a minute. This bitch, like, relishes in people suffering. She's a deadbeat mom. She fucks black guys for drugs. She is the reason Music Biz Marty overdosed on Fent. And in her Discord bio, she's talking about torturing animals. Like, that's too many coincidences. That's like 5 too many coincidences. This bitch is in like a satanic Discord cult. There's no way that's the... There's no way that's the real Cyrax. Yeah, she fucked a black guy for drugs, dude. There is no way that is the real Cyrax. I don't think... Why can I not check people's fucking account? It's because I'm using YouTube Mobile. That's why I can't click on people's accounts and see if it's the real one or not. I know Cyrax's real channel is not named Cyrax, I think. I don't know. But, fucking... True. Yeah, I mean, what's it called? Fucking... So, there's like a handler in, amongst famous people. It's the one that got Kanye West put in an involuntary psychiatric hold, which is a tactic used to garner a conservatorship. But that guy was a part of the continuation of MK Ultra within the Canadian military, and he was the guy who hooked Mac Miller up with those prostitutes that brought drugs to him that caused him to overdose. But yeah, fucking MK Ultra was continued in Canada, and the guy that worked for that program was the guy who got Kanye West put on an involuntary psychiatric hold, which is a method used to gain a conservatorship over someone. And he was also the guy that helped Mac Miller find those prostitutes that brought the drugs to him that he overdosed on the night that Mac Miller overdosed. Yeah. Well, what's weird is that they took his Wikipedia page down, which had information about more celebrities that he was like a handler for. So like the true extent, I forgot that guy's name already, but yeah.
Yeah, that's never happened to me, but that's maybe because I just don't trust women generally. No, I mean, one time
I was working at a Burger King, and a guy heard me talking on the phone, and he walked up to me and he was like, "I'm like a retired FBI agent. What were you talking about on the phone?" And I was like, "I was talking about buying weed." And he's like, "Oh, that's it?" And I'm like, "What did you think I was talking about?" But so the FBI is fucking weird. Yeah, I know. I literally don't know what he thought I was talking about. And I don't know why he thought telling me that he used to work for the FBI would be relevant to the conversation either. I also don't know why a retired FBI agent was working at Burger King. Why would a retired FBI agent work at Burger King of all
Donald
places?
Trump fired him. That's why. Donald Trump fired him. That's why.
Well, I mean, the FBI arrested a lot of the people who swatted Wayne Lambright, apparently, so I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, a lot of them just commit outright crimes. Like
Okay,
764
butthead.
was caught by the FBI, that satanic Discord cult, or at least a lot of their members were caught by the FBI. But, fucking, I mean, someone needs to fucking deal with these people because they don't really belong in
Francis
society,
Rax.
so.
You don't say
Okay.
Francis Rax.
If it's anyone's job, it would be the FBI's. They certainly get enough money to deal with these people. I mean, and also, why does no one bring up that, like, how weird and unhygienic that woman who manipulated Christian into sleeping with his mom was, and the fact that she worked for, or that she was the daughter of someone who worked for an intelligence agency? Like, why does no one talk about the fact that, like, everyone at her college, like, complained that she smelled bad and that she did things with poop? I don't know.
Yeah, you're a low-cow. Moo. Say moo, buddy. Mr. Anti-Establishment over here.
I'm not sure if the woman who did that to Chris Chan was transgender or not. I just know that she like worked or not worked. She was the daughter of someone who worked for an intelligence agency, and her college complained about her having very bad hygiene issues, and she did weird things with poop, and everyone at her college claimed she was a weirdo. And obviously, her dad was not happy with that information getting out about her due to the fact that he works for an intelligence agency or whatever. And that probably has to do with the lack of accountability that she faced for her clear role in the crime. Yes. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. I wasn't sure which agency specifically. That's why I was just saying an intelligence agency. Because I wasn't sure if it was the CIA or the FBI or... I mean, there's intelligence agencies that you wouldn't even know are an intelligence agency. You would just think they are a government entity.
Is Intrepid one of them?
Fucking...
Francis Rax, bro. It's Francis Rax.
I don't know. The only thing I really know about is, like, what the fuck was that thing called? Hold on, give me a second. I gotta Google it. Okay. So, the Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation is what I think made the cartels. Or trained them on how to torture people. When it comes to, like, the videotapes that have surfaced of cartel executions, where they're, like, playing music very loudly because they're clearly torturing the person, like, in the middle of a building that has, like, people in it and shit. But yeah, The Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation is what trained the cartels on how to torture people. By my understanding. If I remember correctly.
You don't say, buddy.
It's not easy to get that to come up on Google, is all I'm saying. Like, you have to actually remember some of the words in the name, or else that's not going to come up on Google. That's a long-ass fucking... Like, why is it Western Hemisphere also? Like, why... why does it have Western Hemisphere in the name? Just the whole area. We're going to name it after the whole area. Just name it after the whole fucking area. I don't know.
What
I'm
a
just saying,
fucking
if I was
locale.
naming some weird ass military school, I would like not name it after like the geographical name of the entire region, is all I'm saying. It would not be the Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation. Because, like, what is, like, I don't know, man. Like, what does Canada have to do with the equation? Well, actually, I know what Canada has to do with the equation because they sell fentanyl. But I digress. I could have came up with a better name, is all I'm saying. I could have came up with a better name for the weird-ass torture school that the military runs.
Get on a diet, bro. Yeah, you definitely need to get off the energy drinks and get on a diet, my man. Definitely should get on a diet, bro. And stop spurging out on the internet. Yes, I know. I need to take my own advice and practice what I preach. I'm not going to lie. But I can't help myself. Where did Trash Panda go? For a second, I thought she was going to... Well, maybe I shouldn't get too personal like that. I guess I found my soulmate. But Krail says that he can't even hate watch. Can't stand Kitty, man. He's on some crazy messianic trip where he thinks he's Jesus. Doesn't Chris Chan also do something like that? So, did Kitty Styles copy that from Chris Chan or something? Or did he just do that on his own volition? Out of his own, like, just came to that on his own conclusion. I don't know what weed does to you, but weed does things, man. Let's see here. Holy shit! He streamed for 12 hours. 11 hours and 55 minutes. And he's done this like 7 or 8 times. Holy shit, dude. Holy cow. Even I couldn't do that. I can barely get 5 hours. Maybe. If I'm lucky, I could maybe just barely get 5 hours, and that's too long for me. But 11 hours, 12 hours of him just typing on a laptop thing and keying out like AI stuff about some kind of weird, I don't know what the fuck, schizo shit he's doing, and smoking weed. Even I can't do that. Like, holy cow, man. Okay, so this is Kitty Styles. And he doesn't really say nothing. Okay. He says nothing, dude. And he streams for 8 hours and 35 minutes. And he got maybe 435 views. Dude, how does he do that? How is he able to do that and like I get nothing? If I don't say nothing, like I can't even get 10 views. On the whole, I'll probably maybe get about 85 views when this stream is done. Yeah. I don't know how he does it. How does Kitty Styles pull that off when he's so unpopular? Fucking hell, dude. Forge gang! I am still a hard man. Let's go.
Hey, thank you for the question. If you check out my pinned intro video, you will see that I am not and never have been an atheist. However, whether or not I am an atheist should have absolutely no bearing whatsoever on if I can or should be interested in what the Bible says, particularly in light of the outsized influence that what Christians think the Bible says has on the lives of so many people in the United States of America and in so many other countries around the world. Hey, thank you for the question. If you check out my pinned
Okay. Well, there you go. He doesn't really do much on the Book of Mormon. Like, this guy's a Mormon, right? And he never really says a lot about it. He just talks about the Old and the New Testament. He doesn't even talk about the Book of Mormon. Yeah, I'm just looking at this website. Yeah, I don't see how you could have continuing salvation and not an open canon of Scripture. You can't have continuing salvation and an open and a closed canon of Scripture. That's kind of like some kind of post-millenarian thing, dude. It's like some kind of millenarian, I wouldn't say Gnostic, but Sabellianist. That's it, Sabellianism, dude. That's like some kind of Montanist Sibelian shit, man. Yeah, basically, this idea of continuing salvation is Montanism. That's it. It's new revelation, so it's Montanism. Or it would have been considered Montanism in the 2nd century. Well, I'm not going to please everybody, nor do I have to, dude. I was brought up Protestant. I don't know where people get off about this Catholic stuff. I was raised Protestant, and I probably will die Protestant. And that's just it for me, dude. I'm not the type of person that really wants to delve into, like, trying to strive too far away from the hill. You know, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I'm definitely a product of both of my parents, my father and my mother. And I definitely do take a lot after them. And naturally, my life is going to go down a very common trajectory to my dad's. You know, it's just how genetics are. There's definitely a lot of environmental differences, but I've been told that I look a lot like my dad, that I take a lot after my dad. And I do find that very fascinating or whatever. I never really got to see much of my dad, which I hate, but it is what it is. I wonder what he would think about cell phones and floppy phones and Blu-rays and DVDs and all of that stuff. He never saw that. He died prior to all that stuff being, I guess, going mainstream. But yeah. I'm going to go back to a Protestant church. I don't think that there's anything in the Catholic Church that's for me. Rick Perry, I don't know what you were trying to allude to or trying to tell me about where to go in regards to that. It just, I don't see any higher truths there compared to any other church. I have tried to ask you for resources. I've tried to get some citations and sources from you on whatever. But yeah. Well, Juice, it's not your fault. I don't even know if Rick Perry is even actually Catholic. Rick Perry could be some kind of an intelligence asset or something. He might not even be literally Catholic, dude. But he's never really given me any like real citations or any kind of workable stuff to convince me about anything in regards to Catholicism or Orthodoxy. He considers Orthodoxy to actually be equal to Catholicism. It's something that a lot of Catholics in particular would not like to hear. Like, most Catholics would tell you that they're quite different from the Orthodox Church. You know, and he's saying that it's the same traditions and all that